Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you. My name is Madara, and I'm a research assistant at CRRIC, a not-for-profit research think tank housed in Global College, University of Winnipeg. It is truly a pleasure to gather here today for this important policy analysis, research and interactive seminar on Indigenous-led Arctic sovereignty and climate security in a shifting US-Canada strategic landscape. We are honored to be meeting on Treaty 1 territory, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree or Cree, Dakota and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. Today brings together scholars, policymakers, community leaders, and practitioners, all contributing to a conversation that is not only timely but essential. Before I invite the Dolly Tinashlu, let me do some housekeeping. Washrooms are located on your right, Wi-Fi available, and the details are at the table. Lunch will be served. And in case of emergency, please note that the nearest fire exits are located just through the doors in your back. We now take a moment to ground ourselves in reflection and respect. Now it is my privilege to invite Elder Dolly Tinashlu. And please also note that the first half of the seminar will be live streamed in our social media channels, and some photographs will be taken to commemorate our event. And Elder Tinashlu is a respected knowledge keeper and a community leader whose role in preserving and sharing Indigenous teaching is highly valued. Her presence highlights the importance of grounding our conversations in respect, relationships, and responsibility to land and community. Please welcome Elder Tinashlu. Thank you.
I'm Dolly Tinashlu. I was born in the Arctic. Now, yeah, it used to be called Repulse Bay on the Arctic Circle. I'm here to light up my pulla, that Inuit land. I'll say my prayer first. Matatago, kilometer ati isama exactly. At I love you. Pigamaye, Pinatawi. Go to Mountain, Pitinata, Beauty.
Thank you, Elder Dolly. To open our program, it is my honor to invite Dr. Khalsa Ahmed, the Executive Director of the Conflict and Resilience Research Institute, Canada, for his welcome remarks.
Screen change करो, don't change. Change करो, go back. Go back to the settings. Presentation को open करते हैं, लगता है side पे. Two years, yeah, so. Two years, one minute. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a very good morning. And on behalf of the Institute, I welcome all of you to this August gathering. And you are aware that this is a project funded by the Department of National Defense under Mobilizing Insights for Defense and Security. And we were very interested to understand how the national defense in our north can come together with the indigenous population living in there and the ever-changing climate and geopolitical realities. So that really motivated us to start thinking about a project. And we were very fortunate that we have undergone quite a bit of exercise over the past couple of months, developing our concept note and also attending Arctic Summit in February in Whitehorse, Yukon. That was absolutely a learning experience for me. I had never been to that place in my life. And having been there, having seen the landscape, and also most importantly, meeting people from various corners of the world and from within Canada and US, I have undergone quite a bit of change in terms of understanding the relationship and our understanding of this national security. Arctic Summit was very large in scope, but our scope is very focused. And as you already are aware, today we have planned to organize our session in a little different way. And I would like to express my gratitude right now with regards to our three experts, academics leading this discussion of three thematic areas. First, for national defense and security, I express my deep gratitude to Professor Jim Ferguson, who is here, and my prof. I learned quite a bit of things in my graduate studies, so I'm still hunting him wherever he is. He also officially says I'm retired, but I don't care. Secondly, the climate part is led by Professor Imdad Haq, and I think he's already here, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And we have invited our keynote speaker as well, Professor Ranjan Dutt from Regina University. And thirdly, I'm very grateful to have Professor Ken Coates with us, a renowned scholar in Indigenous history. He lives in Yukon himself, and along with Norma Kasi from Yukon. Thank you, Norma, for traveling all the way. And having done this part of gratitude, I'm also very happy that our volunteers chipped in, and Dr. Sabrina Satman, Madara Diaz, and others who have really helped me to mobilize this event. The audience, as I said, we would like to discuss things, and this is why we have kind of planned this event in two ways. Today, after the central presentations, with brief talks from these three sub-thematic areas, we are going to go to breakout rooms and deep dive into those three sub-topics. And tomorrow we are coming together again and share our thoughts in the breakout rooms that we have discussed today. And finally, we are going to produce a policy paper for the funder. Before I leave and invite our founder advisor, David Gerald Newman, to speak a few words, I also would like to appreciate our Honorable Minister, Mike Moes, for being with us. He was so kind. His office responded very promptly, and I think we'll listen deeply about his insights, what is happening in the North especially. And of course, Vice President of Research of University of Manitoba, Dr. Mario Pinto, is with us. Another round of gratitude for him too. So now, without further ado, let me bring David Newman with us. David, for his opening remarks.
I'm delighted to be here and grateful that we've had an elder begin us in a thoughtful and relationship building way. We are here in this place, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Many of you received the book that was selected. And that book by CRRIC-ICASUS really is a description of her life and her role on behalf of Inuit people and Indigenous people of the world in their relationship with the land in the Arctic, their relationship with all our relations, which of course includes beyond humanity, all living and non-sentient beings. So we're here really because of and in the service of every human being on this planet, the global human family. And the leaders that have brought us together as members of the global human family are the Indigenous peoples in this world, and in particular, given the subject, the people of the Arctic. And the people of the Arctic are representing all of the sentient, non-sentient beings of the world and all human beings. And the people of the Arctic and all their relations are the people that are suffering most because of what the world to the south has done to them, what we've done to the planet, what we've done to air and water and earth. So I always put this in my hand when I want to appreciate the world, right? We're all together, and we have the power now to destroy the human species, right? We have the power to destroy cultures. We have the power to do enormous harm, as we do every day, through climate change, just our carbon emissions, from the way we treat each other with weapons of war. And so we have in our hands the power to contribute to the survival of the creatures of the North, the cultures of the North. And we do it together. I mean, CRRIC-ICASUS was very much part of the whole circumpolar connectivity and relationships. We tend to forget in the South that the Inuit peoples, the Indigenous peoples of the North, really don't, in their minds, like the boundaries, the sovereign state boundaries. Because there are Inuit people, of course, in Russia. There's Inuit people in Greenland. There's Inuit people in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland. And we have a northern, an Arctic world where we have organizations that bring them together in conversation. And they're there side by side with sovereign states. So here we are, Kausar Med, Dr. Kausar Med, who was a lieutenant colonel in the Bangladesh Army, retired after service in the Bangladesh Army in the Western Sahara as an instructor in Turkey. He speaks fluent Turkish. And as a UN blue helmet. He was in the service of the military of the world as a peacekeeper. So what did he do as a young man? He retired to go into PhD studies on top of his master's, his PhD studies in peace and conflict. And where did he come? A blessing. He came to Winnipeg. And he studied at the Arthur B. Morrow Institute for Peace and Justice and got his PhD. And he wrote a book out of his thesis, his dissertation, about grassroots peace building. And he used his research in Winnipeg to do that. Now, 15 years later, here he is with a Department of Defense grant, heading an organization that he led the creation of, bringing people together. This part of a mixed representation from the global human family, really to advise through research, through the best thinking, the best wisdom we can muster, guidance for the Department of Defense about how do we really, in the service of the global human family, and in particular in the service of a sovereign state called Canada, best contribute to human security for all and survival and flourishing of the human race. How do we do that? So I just conclude by saying, what is more important than values? Values like love, truth, honesty, wisdom, courage, humility, and respect for one another. So maybe that can be the foundation of every decision that is made by our military, every decision that is made by our government in Canada, and every decision that is made to allow the human race to survive and flourish in harmony with nature. So I really think that I would ask you to applaud Dr. Kauser Ahmed and the volunteers who are here supporting this man, who's a Canadian citizen, raised a family here, created an organization that is doing amazing work while holding a full-time job and being an adjunct professor. So let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Kauser Ahmed and all his allies.
Thank you, David, for the generous words. The audience, now it's my pleasure to introduce and invite our Honorable Minister Mike Moyes. And I have a very short bio at his office provided, so it's an official bio, but we'll get to know the Minister more as we move around today. Honorable Minister Mike Moyes was elected as the MLA for Real in 2023 and was sworn in as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Minister responsible for Efficiency Manitoba in January 2025. He is the first MLA and Cabinet Minister of Taiwanese descent in Manitoba's history. Minister Moyes served as Legislative Assistant to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change before his appointment as Minister. Before becoming an MLA, Honorable Minister Mike Moyes worked as a teacher for 20 years, most recently as an English and History teacher at Glenlawn Collegiate. He has also served on the Board of Directors for the Greendale Park Community Center, the Awasisak Maskanau Greenway, and the Victor Waite House Retirement Residence. Honorable Minister Mike Moyes holds a master's degree in political studies with a focus in Canadian government. Honorable Minister Mike Moyes lives in the Real constituency in Winnipeg with his family. So, Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to CRRIC and to Dr. Ahmed for the introduction and for inviting the Manitoba government to this seminar. Also, I'd like to thank Elder Tinashlu for opening up this event in a good way. I think that's really, really important, especially when we're talking about the North, to ground ourselves in the ways of the Indigenous people and with that wisdom. It's really an honor to be here with all of you and to bring greetings on behalf of our entire government and our Premier Wab Kinew. I know that he really wished that he could be here. He's relayed his appreciation for the work that you do and for the questions that you are asking, that you're investigating today. There's pretty much nothing that he would rather talk about than Churchill right now. I know that's something that is on his mind and on our entire government's mind, as well as perhaps on our entire country's mind. So I'd like to maybe peel back the curtain a little bit, provide a little bit of context, maybe a little bit of thinking about what our government is thinking in regards to the North. Hopefully that helps with some of the conversations today and perhaps some of the opportunities that lie before our entire country. So I know that this is such a learned room that some of this is going to be repetitive for folks. You know all these things, but just to share some different insights from our government. So obviously that we're in a time of great global turbulence. I don't think anyone would dispute the tensions that are felt right across the globe and here at home in Canada and in Manitoba. There's incredible pressures on Arctic sovereignty, as well as discussions about northern infrastructure and how do we respond to some of the turbulence that we're feeling. There's trade wars that are going around the entire globe. We're feeling it especially on two different fronts, but I would argue more to the south. That's affecting everyone. It's affecting especially our producers, our farmers, our supply chains, but individual Manitobans and Canadians as well. There's geopolitical tensions that are threatening perhaps long-time allies, as well as changing the dynamics right across the globe. And here at home, we have felt historic wildfire seasons that really highlight the impact of climate change, as well as the resulting drought that often comes with climate change. And so those are straining some of our emergency systems, as well as really challenging how we can respond to ensure the impacts are lessened for Manitobans. But through all of this, our government has really been pushing for a vision of Manitoba that our Premier likes to aptly call One Manitoba. And I would expand that out by saying that, for at least the last while, I think what we're actually seeing is One Canada. It's actually brought people together, and I know that there's tensions there that flare up. There's discussions in Alberta. There's different regional tensions right across our country. But I would argue that the push and the different things that are happening, the geopolitical things that are happening around our world, have actually made Canadians a little bit more reliant on each other, a little bit more maybe open with each other about the discussions that maybe couldn't have happened before. And I think that is a positive sense, something positive moving forward. It brings a sense of unity and a sense of shared purpose. I think that is really important. So I don't need to, as I mentioned, I know that all of you have an incredible background, and so I don't really need to explain how climate, how economic security, and how now national security are inseparable. And the challenge that we're facing as a government, both at a provincial level and at a national level, is that we need to design solutions that meet that reality. We need approaches that are thoughtful, that reflect the wisdom of Indigenous nations, that are climate responsible, and are resilient to geopolitical shocks. And quite frankly, that's not an easy task. That is incredibly difficult. However, we're at a time when there are opportunities as a result, and those conversations are ongoing, and I think could potentially be very positive for our province and, in fact, our country. And what I'm talking about here is Churchill. It is an extraordinary place on Earth, one of the most extraordinary places, I would argue, and it's a home to incredible biodiversity, whether we're talking about the polar bears, the beluga whales in the Hudson Bay, and a whole variety of other species. This marine ecosystem has sustained a way of life for people for time immemorial. And so I think that that is incredibly important to recognize. I also think that that people, especially in the north, but across our province, understand how important the environment is and how it defines us as Manitobans. Manitobans care deeply about it, and I take my job as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change very seriously in reflecting that. Our government cares deeply about this and wants to make decisions that are balanced between the economic development opportunities as well as protecting our environment. It's what makes our province so very special. Earlier this year, I was able to join the Premier as well as some of my cabinet colleagues to travel to Churchill. First time there, I was able to meet with various important sectors, including the tourism sector, which plays such a key role in the economy of the town and the people, the Churchillians, a term that I had never heard before, Churchillians. So that was I was happy to hear directly from those folks. And it was incredible to see the immense beauty of the area. Even at minus, I believe it was about minus 41 at the time when we were there. So not a tropical holiday, but incredible beauty that comes from it, and really highlights the value that and the special place that it holds in the heart of many Manitobans. And so the Premier, when we were there, shared unequivocally that we can do more than one thing at once. It wasn't all about the economy. It wasn't all about the environment, but in fact, we can do these things in balance. And I think that's what Indigenous people have taught us for a long time, that we can do these things in harmony. And the people of Churchill are incredibly hopeful. I heard we had a town hall where we took questions until there was no more questions to be had. We stayed until the very last person said, okay, there was no one up at the mic and no one was bringing anything else forward. And what I heard was there was some trepidation. There were some things that people were concerned about, right? How do we build up some of the infrastructure needed if we're going to have a Churchill Plus opportunity, whether that be housing, emergency services, healthcare, the everyday life of Churchillians, what would that look like? But there was also a lot of optimism. Things like, is there an opportunity for national defense once again? Is there an opportunity for an all-weather road? And what would that mean to connect to the rest of the province? And what would that mean for First Nations that have been calling for an all-weather road in the north for a long time? And I think that was that optimism shines through even for those folks that are a little bit nervous about how we're going to roll this forward. I think Manitobans and Canadians see the potential, whether we're talking about the federal government, but definitely at the provincial level. It's an opportunity to grow our economy, to create good jobs, to transform the north. And when I say transform, I really want to be clear that it's not about imposing the will of the legislature on the north, but in fact working with the north on all of those decisions so that nothing is done to the north, but instead with the north. It's about building up opportunities for communities and our kids. And probably lastly, but I know top of mind for a lot of folks, is the importance of allowing us to diversify our trade and Trump-proof our economy, not only for our province, but for right across our country. So we need to do this in a good way. Our province recognizes that. And that really starts with how do we protect the environment? And to peel back that curtain just a little bit, I'm trying to think of the timeline that this happened, but within the last maybe 6 months, maybe it was about 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago, the Premier called a meeting in his office. And oftentimes when we get these things inserted in our schedules, there's not a lot of detail. It just says, there's a meeting with the Premier. You can kind of see who's invited, but there's not a lot of other things. And so when I went to that meeting, there was other cabinet ministers in the room. There's some policy folks, and he posed a question, and it was about Churchill Plus, but it was about, he brought me in as there's this economic opportunity here, and how are we going to balance out that environmental piece? How can we do this in a way that is not going to have the least amount of impact on the environment? I was going to say going to reduce, or was going to eliminate the impact on the environment, but as we know, that's impossible. Everything we do every day has an impact on the environment, but how can we reduce the risk? How can we work with the people of Churchill? How can we work with First Nations and the Inuit to get the right balance, to ensure that there are opportunities for people in Manitoba, but at the same time, ensuring that we are protecting the environment and reducing that impact. And so he brought me in to discuss this. And so we had a good discussion. He said, go make a plan. We went back to the department, went back with a whole variety of folks, and brought forward a whole bunch of questions that I know that many people around this room would have contemplated on how to reduce the risks of economic development in the north. I know that you have, many of you have been studying this for a long time, and so we feel that we're coming at this with a very open heart and an open mind. There's no decisions that have been made at the provincial level, because we want to do this with the people of the North, with the First Nations, with the Inuit. And one of the things that we are very excited about and that we announced when we were in Churchill is about the National Marine Conservation Area. And we think that that is the first step in terms of getting the right balance and protecting the environment while also building up the economic activity of the area. One of the things that I would relay is that as the minister this is a national program, but as the minister that is the conduit at the provincial level, I have not heard from any industry folks that are against this, which I think is quite remarkable, right? Oftentimes there's that tension between the economy and the environment, but I think industry recognizes how important the environment is going to play here and how we need to work together and have that certainty in order to truly get the best of the North. This is a significant ecosystem. There's tens of thousands of belugas. It's, obviously the polar bear is iconic and is something that is quite a symbol for our province and the North in general. It's also a critical stopover for migratory birds and is an ecosystem that is very sensitive. And so we recognize all of that. Additionally, northern tourism, that sustainable development and community prosperity depends on the clean water, depends on a healthy wildlife population, and quite frankly, an intact ecosystem. And so when we protect the environment, our government recognizes that we are in fact protecting the long-term opportunities for families and the communities of the North and in fact right across Manitoba. So one thing that maybe I'll mention also, because it is so important to our government, just west of Churchill is the Seal River watershed, and that's something that our government, as well as the federal government, has been working in partnership along with the four nations that are in the area towards an agreement. We are very excited about protecting that area, and we're really looking forward to announcements that are going to be made in short order. And we believe that these goals, this work that is ongoing is going to play such a crucial role in our province and in protecting more of nature, more of biodiversity in the future. So at the same time that we're working to protect the environment, we're also looking towards building up this Churchill Plus opportunity. And one of the things that we're doing in order to move this forward is that we really want to work with the First Nations, with the Indigenous communities. And so we are building out the Manitoba Crown Indigenous Corporation. How many people have heard of this? Hands up, hands up. Okay, so only a handful. This is actually, we're trying to do things different in Manitoba than any other place in Canada, where rather than doing something afterwards, where you might have a project, you might have a strategy, and you move through and develop all of the strategy, and then you go and consult. Maybe you're doing Section 35 consultations with the First Nations, with the Inuit, with the Métis Nation. We're doing things in the reverse order, where we are actually taking to the Indigenous nations and saying, here we have an opportunity. We don't know what the opportunity is yet, it's not defined, but we want to bring all the nations around a table where they can be the directors, they can be alongside the Manitoba government, be a true partner. And so we're front-ending it. We're bringing it, instead of being on the tail end, we're going to bring it to the forefront and bring people around a table so that when we're looking at a project like Churchill Plus, nothing will be done without all of the nations around the table directing and actually having key ownership on this. I think that this is a revolutionary time, and it's a time that has been coming for and called for by the nations for a long time. And so this is a first of its kind opportunity. And we know that this is going to allow certainty for business. This is going to allow for prosperity of the nations. And we also know that this is going to be a way forward to build up our great province. So what we're trying to describe in this moment is a real shift, where we're moving from just the promise of the North to seeing progress. And we're seeing that with the development of the Manitoba Crown Indigenous Corporation. We're seeing that with concrete investments in feasibility studies for, as I mentioned, the marine conservation area, for examinations on the extended shipping season, for a market sounding opportunity, where we're looking at what opportunities are real and what is possible in that area, as well as ongoing engagement with northern communities, Indigenous governments, and stakeholders. We know that there's during this time that we're very clear-eyed about the risks. We know that there is accelerating climate change, and we have to respond accordingly. We know that there's geopolitical competition. We also know that our economy is volatile at this point, but we also are equally clear-eyed about the opportunities in front of us. We have an opportunity for a northern gateway that could finally live up to its potential after many attempts. We know that Indigenous-led governance for major projects will strengthen our sovereignty in the North and allow opportunities for many nations that have been held out of things in the past. And we know that as a province, we have the ability to build a future where everyone in Manitoba can thrive. So with that, maybe I'll conclude just by thanking each and every one of you for coming together. We know that the way forward is by coming together and having these discussions. And so I want to thank you on behalf of our entire government. Thank you on behalf of Premier Wab Kinew for your work, for exploring Indigenous-led Arctic sovereignty and climate security. And I know that you're going to have an incredibly interesting day, and I look forward to hearing about all of your discussions and your presentations in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for your insightful works. On behalf of the team, once again, your presence was highly appreciated. So I'll hand over to the MC to to go forward with the next part.
We now move into our first presentation. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. B. Mario Pinto, who is the Vice President at the University of Manitoba, a position he has held since October 2022, following previous leadership roles as a President of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada and Deputy Vice Chancellor Research at Griffith University in Australia. A distinguished organic chemist and a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, he is a pioneer in chemical biology whose research in carbohydrate chemistry and conformational analysis has contributed to vaccine design and the development of novel therapeutic for type 2 diabetes. He previously served as Vice President of Research and Professor of Chemistry at Simon Fraser University for over a decade, where he more than doubled research income and was a founding member of the Center of Drug Research and Development. A recipient of the Montreal Medal and the Alfred Bader Award, he has chaired the Global Research Council and co-chaired the Canada-India Joint Science and Technology Committee, championing international collaboration and equity, diversity, and inclusion in research. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pinto.
What is the first one? It's okay. Well, while we're getting started, let me thank you all for your presence here, and let me thank Ahmed for the invitation. I'm Mario Pinto, and let me begin by paying my respects to the elders and the survivors, and extending that respect to all Indigenous peoples. I'm a member of the governing circle of the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation, a role that I take very seriously. Indigenous peoples have become my best friends since I've moved to Manitoba, but I've had a very rich relationship with Indigenous peoples, first in British Columbia and then in Queensland, Australia. So let me begin and take off from where the minister has set us up, and that is the Churchill expansion agenda, the Port of Churchill Plus, as it's been named. And I want to put some meat on the bones on what he was talking about in terms of what we will need to do to achieve this balance and what we have been doing for the last 5 years to actually satisfy not only our curiosities, but some very deep questions that must be answered before we move forward. This shows the Port of Churchill, and the plan, of course, as you've heard, is for expansion of that Port of Churchill in terms of shipping routes to access Asia, to access Europe, and to access the Americas over the top of the Arctic. Why is this possible? Because of climate change. The Arctic is warming about 3.5 to 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. And so it makes possible an expanded shipping season. Of course, accompanying that are the consequences for the ecosystem, in particular the polar bear population. And we have to go in with our eyes wide open that this is happening. It's probably too late to reverse. And so one is in a regime of mitigation, highly unlikely, or adaptation, very likely. But it does provide an opportunity and a desire among the Indigenous peoples of the North for economic development, but with great sensitivity and respect for the environment. So we don't work alone, we co-develop this strategy with Indigenous partners. The Arctic Gateway Group consists of 29 Indigenous communities and 12 other Western Hudson Bay communities. And we've co-developed these strategies with them. So this shows the area that I'm talking about, the area of Kivalliq, showing the hamlets, towns, and communities, and a picture of the Western Hudson Bay, and showing the potential shipping routes emanating from the Port of Churchill through the Hudson Strait to the Labrador Sea to access then markets in Asia, Europe, through the Northwest Passage to the Pacific and over the higher Arctic. So these are all possibilities, and even the ice in the Northwest Passage is changing dramatically. And so here lies the opportunity, but we want to do so with respect for the biosphere. And so that's the task at hand. Why is this of such great interest geopolitically? Well, the image from the top is what I usually start with, and I show this here. You'll see in red on the left the two arms of the Canadian Northwest Passage. You'll see on the right in blue the Northeast Passage under the auspices of the Russian Federation. Smack dab in the middle, you see Greenland and you see Nunavut positioned strategically. And it'll become obvious to you now why Greenland and Nunavut are so strategic from the point of view of the US, from the point of view of Russia, and even from the point of view of China. Because the route through to the Pacific, if you follow it to the top of the slide through the Bering Strait, with Alaska on one side and the Russian Federation on the other side, is going to be the key point and the pivot point in the future. And so that whole trajectory is politically charged, hence the great interest. Our interest is in guaranteeing human security for the people of the North. And I summarize it here in this slide. We want to, if we're talking about defense policy, and we're all talking about it because of our previous slide, our thesis is that if you don't fix the gaps, you will allow bad actors to install themselves and to take advantage of the peoples in the North and in the Arctic. That is happening, as I'll describe a little later. But as part of this human security, you know what they are. There are gaps, there are huge deficiencies in infrastructure, in communications, in food and water security, in health security, transportation security. And so that's what we're trying to do, is to do research to ask the question, how can we fill those gaps? We do this together with Indigenous partners. We are the supporting cast. They're driving this agenda. We are very much the supporting cast, providing the research that needs to be done to guide their decisions. Okay. So as part of this, let me just go through some of the items. It's very instructive because if you see this, you know, you have to deal with comms, as I said. You have to deal with healthcare on site. We're woefully lacking in providing healthcare in the North. Right? We have started, but we have a long way to go. And the advances in technology should make all this possible. Advances in technology should make the dead spots in communication possible. We're talking about mining, exploitation of resources, critical minerals. Those have implications for the environment. We have to do that with sensitivity and with respect. Environmental conservation, huge issue. We have 55,000 beluga who come into the Hudson Bay every summer. The calving takes place in the various estuaries. The minister mentioned Seal River. Well, the chief calving area is the Seal River estuary. Not as much in the Churchill River estuary, but these are considerations that we'll have to take care of. We have to take care of the terrestrial piece. The caribou in addition to beluga, are a main food source for the peoples of the north. So affecting the migration patterns with construction of an all-weather road or moving the railway will have tremendous consequences. That's what we're looking at. And let me not move ahead without talking about the most important item at the bottom of the slide, cultural conservation. If we lose that, and our opening speaker said this very eloquently, we've lost our identity as a nation, and we can't afford to do that. So we've got to embrace our cultural heritage given to us by Indigenous peoples and make sure that we don't lose that. So what have we done? Well, we've set up the Churchill Marine Observatory shown on the left-hand upper part of the slide. That's at the base of the Hudson Bay. Right? We have a research vessel that monitors activities in the Hudson Bay. We have just replaced, this is the William Kennedy. We have just replaced that, I can tell you in confidence. We just won our bid was just accepted yesterday. And that will help us in our future research. In the center of the slide, I show you a navigable path from the Port of Churchill through the Hudson Strait to access Asia, Europe, and to access through the Atlantic Ocean and to access the Pacific Ocean through the Northwest Passage. We are examining those pathways. We have just been funded to purchase icebreaker tugs, and we'll be using that to investigate very carefully what the consequences of sea ice melting and climate change will be. Currently, we have 5 months of what we call open water, where we can use open sea vessels to navigate this water. It's going to extend. By the end of this century, it'll probably be open water completely. Okay? So we are looking at this very carefully, and you'll see on the right-hand side, we've set up this network that reports back to us. It's an antenna network submerged that report on activities of marine life, seals, beluga, the communication between seals and beluga, the movement of that marine life, and how that movement is affected, how the communication is affected as a function of the size of ships and the frequency of ships. This is critical because they respond, beluga in particular, respond to underwater noise. And so that's part of the study where we map then, using this sensor network, that communication as a function of ship movement. We have to address this if we're going to talk about port expansion. At the same time, at the top of this sensor, we have a little probe, as you see, that pings signals up to a satellite, and then that information is processed and sent across to our peoples on the ice that report on the ice conditions. Okay? So it's a very powerful anchored network that we've set up in the Hudson Bay, and we'll soon be expanding that. I mentioned the marine life. In the background at the top, you see the Churchill Marine Observatory, and you see some of the beluga. We have to be very sensitive to those populations. On the bottom right, you see the caribou population. Once again, we have to be very sensitive to what we do on land that might affect the migratory patterns of the caribou. Whoop. Just a sec. You probably heard that the railway is built on permafrost. This is not a good solution because it gets washed out every once in a while. This is only going to get worse as the permafrost melts. So we are investigating solutions, engineering solutions, for how one can build a better railway, perhaps with a railway on pylons, where the pylons are sunk below the permafrost, or we may have to move that railway. Again, sensitivity for caribou populations. Right? I show on the right a computer model, and we can use digital twinning. These are computer models to map the area and to map potential railway sites. We don't have to actually do the construction. We can do all of this digitally with AI techniques now. And ask the question, will this train take the curve if we build this railway in a certain fashion on pylons on a platform? That's what Russia does, right? They use a platform on permafrost. But we have the tools and we have the talent to ask these questions now. You've heard about critical minerals. The proof of principle experiment was done by the Arctic Gateway Group about 1.5 years ago when they shipped a shipment of zinc concentrate, that's a critical mineral, from the port of Churchill to Belgium. And here you see the ship that was loaded with zinc concentrate. So what are we doing? Well, we're using satellite detection for identification of the critical mineral deposits. And more recently, quantum detection, this is a very new technique, so that we don't have to dig. You can identify and characterize these deposits. I've talked about digital twins for the railway. We can use digital twins for this purpose as well. And we have to characterize these materials. And we have set up the Manitoba Institute for Materials with a whole suite of very fancy equipment that we use to analyze those minerals. So a rich resource, but again, we don't want to do this by damaging the environment any more than we have to. There will be some consequences, obviously, for the actions that we take. We're not that naive. There will be some damage. I mentioned communications. Well, we've been very active in the communications area. I show in the center panel, SpaceX. Elon Musk did us a favor by taking up on SpaceX our satellite, which is shown on the left. This is a CubeSat made by Phil Ferguson, one of our leading researchers. He's the Magellan Aerospace Research Chair at the University of Manitoba. And that CubeSat was taken up and is currently orbiting in low orbit and sending signals about the conditions on our ice. Those signals are transmitted to our hunters and fishers on the ice because the ice is changing rapidly. Very dangerous at the moment. You get spontaneous formation of rivers of ice. We lost one researcher already about 1.5 years ago. So even the elders tell us, and the guides tell us, they've never seen such changes and formations on the sea ice. So we have to pay attention. At the moment, I'm in charge of safety for our researchers, and I will not allow our graduate students and postdocs out on the ice unless they're accompanied by a guide or an elder. But even those guides and elders tell me that they're seeing things that they've never seen before. So climate change is real, it's here, it's happening, and I hate to say this, it's here to stay. So bottom line is we're setting up this comms network, and that's critical because you cannot have gaps in communication. You're disadvantaging peoples, and they have been disadvantaged. We work very closely with NORAD and NATO on defense and security. You will meet this afternoon Andrea Sherrill, who's our director for the Center of Defense and Security Studies, and she is the chief interlocutor with NORAD and NATO. And here you see the celebration in Winnipeg of the 60th anniversary of NORAD, and on the very right, the latest acquisition, the Poseidon aircraft, which is a remarkable aircraft for underwater defense and on land defense, but also for search and rescue. Very, very advanced aircraft. So Canada has purchased several of those, but that's a very recent movement. All this to say that we work very closely with the United States Armed Forces, common exercises, and working very much in lockstep. Healthcare. We're woefully inadequate with healthcare delivery on site. And we're envisioning now a hub and spoke model. Imagine that we'll have command center in Churchill as the hub, and then the spokes will emanate outward to the various hamlets. One could pipe in through our communications networks, right, and communicate about serious situations. And one can diagnose, if we had a fleet of doctors and medical professionals up there, with intervention strategies being transmitted back to the different centers. So that's the plan. We have started with our Ongobazwin group, and they're already installed in Churchill and in the other locations. We are also host to the National Collaborating Center on Infectious Diseases, one of 5 funded by PHAC, Public Health Agency of Canada, and that's at the University of Manitoba. So where now? Well, Churchill is the south as far as we're concerned. Okay. We consider ourselves Southerners in Churchill. We have to go north. That's where the action is. And so we are now planning our foray for the north. Let me start at the extreme right. That is the east. You'll see a purple dot in the middle of the glacier of Greenland. That's our base camp. Amazing researchers, sea ice researchers, drilling ice cores to find out what happened over the centuries because of climate change. So this glacier on Greenland is, believe it or not, 2.72 kilometers thick. And our researchers have drilled down to bedrock to find out what's underneath. Because Greenland, 160,000 years ago, was ice-free. It was green. And it will be again because this glacier is moving. And our researchers have mapped the speed at which it's moving. I was there when we hit bedrock, and this is going to surprise you. It's moving at 52 meters a year. Huge. So that glacial ice is going to wind up in the ocean. It's going to change the salinity of the oceans because it's not seawater, it's glacial water. And the Gulf Stream is going to disappear. So you're going to see massive changes in climate. Okay? The purple dot on the left is the site where our researchers are installed on the Mueller ice cap. Again, much smaller ice coverage, but still they've drilled down to find out what's happened over time with respect to climate change. It turns out that what's in those ice cores tells you a lot and are very good reporters of what happened and the climatic events. So is this a one-off that we're experiencing? Is this a repetitious cycle? Or is this something very unusual? If I move down, you'll see a red dot that's Iqaluit. That will be the site of the hydroelectric plant. The balloon is Cambridge Bay, which will be our next site. We're going to be installing our researchers with Polar Knowledge Canada in Cambridge Bay. And if you move away from it, you'll see another red dot. That's Grays Bay, which will be another port of development. If you go straight down from there, you'll get to Yellowknife. There'll be a new road built from there. And you just heard the announcement for development in the Northwest Territories, the Mackenzie Highway. That was a project of the former Prime Minister Trudeau, a promise to his father, and it was announced recently, I think a week and a half ago, by Prime Minister Carney. Along with that will be development of an airstrip in Inuvik in the Northwest Territories and another airstrip in Ranking Inlet in Nunavut. So major changes coming. Right? So we have to be ready for those changes and how we do this with respect for the peoples and for the environment. We don't do this alone. I show here some of our partners. This is absolutely critical that we go in with our eyes wide open and we work with partners who know the peoples and who know the customs and who know the practices. Right? I'll draw your attention to the Arctic Research Foundation, the Arctic Gateway Group, I've mentioned already, Oceans North, who work closely with us. Defense Research Development Canada is involved. And I show at the bottom community co-developers in the Western Hudson Bay, in the Kivalliq region. We couldn't do any of this if we didn't co-develop this with Indigenous partners. We have been very involved with advocacy efforts, and we're all over the world in this. Here I show some of our researchers at the Arctic Circle Assembly in Iceland. And I'll go very quickly, I'm almost finished, ladies and gentlemen. The Canadian Science Policy Conference in Ottawa in late 2021, telling people what this is all about and asking for opinion. The Nordic Canadian Arctic Symposium, where several of the ministers spoke. You see Dorte Dahl Jensen, our Canada Excellence Research Chair on the left, and Andrea Sharrow on the right, two of our speakers. So we're very involved in advocacy efforts and in spreading the word. The Nordic ambassadors are all with us. We're not doing this alone. So you see all 5 Nordic ambassadors here. They are our partners. Recently in Winnipeg, we held the Arctic Research Conference for Stronger Northern Communities. And here you see some of our researchers and the president of the Canada Foundation of Innovation presenting our plans. The minister mentioned the consultation and engagement session. It's absolutely critical that we do that. We consult and we engage. And here you see the Premier with 5 ministers and Minister Chartrand, the federal minister of the Arctic and Northern Affairs. About 200 people, Churchillians and others, showed up. Very robust exchange, very strong opinions about what should and could not be done to their lands and waterways. So it's extremely important that we do this. Most recently, Minister Chartrand and I led a virtual cross-Canada consultation on the expansion of Churchill and what that would mean for cultural property, cultural and intellectual property, what that would mean for lifestyles, what that would mean for economic development if done correctly. That too was extremely well received, very robust exchange, some very difficult questions. We didn't have all the answers, but very difficult and thoughtful questions. I'll leave you with these final images. We have installed in Chesterfield Inlet. These are some of our researchers working with the children of Chesterfield Inlet. This is where it's at, right? The future starts with our children. And so we are entrusting our children. You see at the bottom of the slide, our satellite, which is about to go up in space. And those 2 teenagers, they will run the satellite network in Chesterfield Inlet, and they will transmit the information, not us. We're entrusting our next generation. And if we don't educate our next generation, we won't have those emissaries to carry on the tradition. So we're taking this very seriously. And the last slide I showed was our Churchill Marine Observatory, illuminated by the Northern Lights. It's a beautiful sight, absolutely beautiful sight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of work to do. I count on all of you to help us, and any advice would be much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. We now turn to our keynote address. Dr. Ranjan Datta is an associate professor and Canada Research Chair in Community Disaster Research in the Department of Humanities at Mount Royal University, where he also serves within Indigenous Studies. A settler scholar of color born and raised in Bangladesh, in research advocates for decolonial and anti-racist perspective on climate change, indigenous environmental sustainability, and community-led disaster resilience across Canada and internationally. He has published over 85 peer-reviewed articles and multiple books, including Land Water Management and Sustainability in Bangladesh, and employs community-based participatory methodologies that center indigenous and land-based knowledge systems. His work has secured over $12 million in research funding, and he has been recognized with awards such as 2023 Sustainability Champion Award for his contributions to transformative social and environmental change. Dr. Datta, we are honored to have you.
Peter.
So thank you so much for this invitation and opportunity, and greatly presented the how to create co-creation knowledge. So my perspective, as you can see, I'm very community-based researcher. And before I start, as you can see, I'm settler of color, and I have been living in Canada last 17 years, 10 years in Saskatchewan, TD6 territory, currently last 6 years in Calgary, TD7 territory. And I had opportunity to learn, and this learning is ongoing. It's not the final, my learning is so, that's why we call it is a relational learning. As you, the first speaker, talk about how we need to be related, how we need to understand the relationship. So Dr. Mal Willard also here, who is actually in focusing on land-based science to understanding it. So how we can understand our responsibility in co-creation of the security. What does it mean? So my work mostly in Inuvik area, Inuvik and Tuktak area, working with indigenous community, Black community, and racialized American communities. So why this matter? I have been going there last 3-4 years. What I have seen in 2024, even 2025, the temperature in Inuvik city or Tuktak area is continuously 30 to 35 temperature continuously 3 weeks. And according to elder and knowledge keeper, they are observing this sudden change, a sudden increase, and which creating lots of food insecurity because caribou is no more on the south area. So that's why it's impacting food insecurity, and food insecurity is interconnected with the also they are impacting on land-based learning because the caribou is no more there. Lots of beaver, by the way, are there, and beaver creating lots of dam. And once beaver are creating lots of dam, when we are talking about disaster, about climate disaster, they say without talking about beaver problem, we cannot address the disaster issue. So lots of bugs are there, lots of health issues going on there, and creating lots of insecurity infrastructures. And it's creating lots of vulnerability with not only indigenous community, also immigrant community and Black community, those who have been living almost 40 years in the Inuvik and Tak area. So major argument, what I have learned from the community, of course, technological solution is so important. We cannot, and community, they don't want to deny it. The problem is the community are not involved in this process. Indigenous community, Black community, and racialized community. That's why the community wants to create meaningful co-creation of the knowledge so that they can practice in their everyday life. They can understand how their young generation, they are taking the lead in the co-creation of knowledge instead of only researchers like us or scientists going from the other places and creating the knowledge that community are not part of it. So the framework I have been using, relational theoretical framework. The community I have been working with racialized community. I have a long time relationship with the community and the Black community last 5 years. My students, PhD students also living over there. So relationship in the center. And I born and raised in minority community in Bangladesh, in land-based community. I understand land is our identity. Land is the center of the way we grew up. So that make us understanding how to see land as not as a colonial framework. That's why in relational theoretical framework is important. Being as a decolonial scholar, when I'm saying decolonial, it means how what we are doing is not helping me to change who I am. So how is going to helpful for the other people? So decolonial framework is the center of my learning. To understand community knowledge, community needs should be the center. It shouldn't be equal or balancing, that we need to balance between Western knowledge or indigenous knowledge or immigrant knowledge. The indigenous land-based knowledge, land-based science should be the center of all of our solution. Saying whatever the other purpose should be a tools, not indigenous knowledge or land-based knowledge, tool for maintaining the Western culture or the scientific culture. And land-based science that the community understand is a science. It's not just only knowledge. It's not traditional. It's a science to solve the problem. If you look at the history of sustainability for millions of years, not from the colonial eyes, indigenous land-based knowledge doesn't need any validation from the Western science. And Dr. Mal Billard is also here, and she has been working, proving from various land-based knowledge how is scientific solving the problem. That's why indigenous land-based knowledge should be the center of the solution. Another perspective, as you can see, I'm from the racialized color settler person. We have seen how racialized immigrant community, they are not part of the decision making. Black community, they are not the part of the decision making. There are lots of climate action conversation going on. The indigenous community, Black community, racialized community, they are not part. Even though the Inuit community in the Inuit city, the racialized people, indigenous Black people, they have been living more than 60 years, contributing all the sectors, but they are never been included in the decision making. Another perspective that I had the opportunity to work, Elder Copperjack, you may know him, on no voice perspective. That means when we are talking about environment, we shouldn't only focus on the human. We need to think about our previous paper talk about Caribou. And also the traditional food, animal, insect, everything. We have to understand our responsibility to them. That's why no voice approach is important perspective. I would like to show some of the method that I have been doing in decolonial conversation. Of course, scientific assessment is so important, but what are the decolonial approach that we can learn? So elders from various indigenous community, they have been teaching what is the land mean, how they have been using land-based everyday observation as a scientific method. So 2006, as you can, 26, that in January, we had opportunity to go there for 2 weeks and learn from this conversation. In 2015, we invited doing various land-based camp and also conversation with the community member. Land-based camp means community elders, knowledge keeper, they become the scientist. And we, as a way, going from the university, we become a learner. So this land-based conversation help us to understand what is our responsibility, how we can understand or decolonize our scientific method in a way community can understand and community can lead. And the method in 2025, as you can see, bringing elders, knowledge keeper, black community, and also racialized community. This is the photos that we did in 2026 and 25. And another method we used elder-led work. So elder shows which area is most vulnerable because of the high permafrost melting and how is impacting their food insecurity. As you can see, Elder project here, I was there and a community showcasing how that particular area become more vulnerable because they are the victim of the climate. What is the climate impact is going on? And as you can see, we also had opportunity to talk with the racialized community, black community together. So it's not only keeping the Western perspective or indigenous perspective separate, because end of the day, we all need to build a family or community together to dealing with the climate crisis that the community are facing. So, so in our research, we didn't only invited elders and knowledge keeper to share the knowledge, then afterwards we become a scientist. So what we did together, we actually invited elders and knowledge keeper from the community to share what is going on in the community so that they can teach us, they can tell us what we need to do. So I invited elders, knowledge keeper at my university a couple of times. So elder came from the Inuvik community and also TAC community to share what we can do together. So community was, we had opportunity to learn, our students had opportunity to learn and understand as a collective ways. So what elders are saying, according to elders, Mackenzie River, Mackenzie Delta used to get frozen in end of September. Now it is getting freeze in December. Even sometime February, they are having rain. So uncertainty of the huge climate shift is impacting the community. And also they cannot use traditional dog for hunting caribou. They need to spend $200 to $500 for hunting one caribou. So you can see how much impacting the community, their traditional food, and also uncertainty about their housing infrastructure is melting so fast. One of the, we had a conversation with Inuvik mayor. So Inuvik city, the annual, the city budget is $20 million. But according to him, the infrastructure, for fixing infrastructure, they need $375 million. They don't have even paying the interest. You can see how much the community are facing vulnerability. Most of the houses, every year, their housing infrastructure become vulnerable. And one of the problem is the lots of initiative is going on. But problem is the kind of is one model for everyone. So as you know, the climate impact is impacting different community differently. So according to the black community, racialized community, indigenous community, they need their cultural approach that our previous speaker was talking about, how to incorporate a cultural perspective. So, and it is the beauty of knowing how land-based knowledge varies according to the elder to elder, knowledge keeper to knowledge keeper, and community to community. And all those perspectives are so important to understand so that community become the leader for the solving the problem. And here are the significant part of the solution, because since land has been changing a lot, the community, the youth are facing lots of mental trauma, mental issues. That's why we need to understand how youth can be part of the significant part of the solution. I have only 1 minute. I have to go very fast. So in immigrant community has significantly contributing. We need to understand the immigrant community, how they can become part of the solution instead of just going one time or getting experience, so that they don't create the belongingness. Lack of the belongingness for immigrant and black communities is one of the another significant problem. So as you know, military plan is going on, but community are not enough consulted. That's why community are so unsure what is going on. They wanted to be part of the solution, infrastructure vulnerability, and building traditional food through their land-based activity. So I will finish within shortly. So one of the main center from the elders and knowledge keeper, they say land-based education is the only center of the solution. And elder, they're not only talking about the problem, they know how to solve the problem. The problem is within us that we as a scientist, we don't understand how the community, elders and knowledge keepers, they are the scientists, how we can incorporate into our scientific assessment this land-based knowledge. That's why elders say land-based learning is the climate action. Land-based learning as the action. So I'm just going quickly some of the solution that community proposed. As you can see, the final message is Arctic future should be relational, should be responsible. Arctic future should be the center, land-based knowledge as the science, land-based action. Our responsibility should be the action, so that community, they can use us instead of we are using the community. So that's why elders said we need to understand protect the land, protect through our relationship, so that in a way, community, they can build their own security through their self-determination. As you can see, this is the vulnerability of the Arctic infrastructure, particularly in TAC area. And as you can see, the community, the waste management is the significant risk. So now you know what is going on. This is all of our responsibility. What do you want to do this information that community want us to do? So that's why community, according to the community, responsibility from all of us is the security. Thank you.
Thank you. No, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjan. What a wonderful discussion. So now we have all big ideas. So we'll take a very quick break and reconvene, because now our interesting part is going to be unfolded, and we'll start with defense and security. And we deeply appreciate our friend from the South, Marisol Maddox, with us this morning. And she has taken all the trouble to come here. And I think that will be a wonderful panel discussion. So have a break and kindly come back within 5 to 7 minutes so that we can start our defense and security panel first. Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's settle, yeah, and then we can start our next part. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are going to start with our defense and security panel first, and the defense and security panel will be led by Professor Jim Ferguson and our esteemed guest from United States. So let me hand over to Professor James Ferguson. Sir, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Kauser. I hate to interrupt the tea break, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure to be here and talk about my favorite subject, defense, and particularly Canada-US defense relationships, which I'm going to be very brief about. As all of you know, the second pillar of Canadian defense policy since the origins of white papers in Canada, which date back to 1964, has always been the defense of North America in cooperation with the United States. And it's closely linked to the first pillar, which is the defense of Canada. You cannot divide these. The defense of North America, the defense of Canada, the defense of the continental United States is indivisible. No matter what you think or would like with regard to a relationship with the United States, is probably just wishful thinking. It's not going away. And there are a variety of elements important in this relationship, not least of all And I'm going to leave this to our guest speaker, who I'm thrilled to introduce in a minute or so, that both countries have suddenly awakened again to the Arctic as a defense priority. In the recent 2024 Defense Policy Update, One Nation Strong and Free, the Arctic is emphasized. As my colleague will talk more detail to you about, it is now a priority in the United States as well. And of course, all this takes place within an environment of a political and economic environment of tensions, perhaps, is a bit of an understatement in the relationship between Canada and the United States. But one of the things you need to understand about that relationship, the defense relationship, is it's never been, and even now, it's not really affected in a significant way by what's going on at the political level between Washington and Ottawa, between Canada and the United States at the general or overarching level. It's always the term that people use, like me, is it's always operated beneath the radar. And that's been a good thing. Both Canada, as I mentioned, the United States have woken again to the Arctic. It's been I can never count decades. You have to go back to the late 70s and the 1980s for the last time the Arctic reappeared. Because, of course, it was there. If you go back further to the 50s with the development of the radar lines, the distant early warning line across the high north and the mid-Canada line across basically where the tree line ends. And one of our locations was at Cranberry Portage, just north of the Paw. That's all closed. It's all gone now. But in the 1970s and 80s, in terms of the aerospace threat environment to North America, Canada and the United States agreed on what was called then the Air Defense Modernization Plan. This really brought the military, the Air Force in particular, into the Arctic. The establishment of the North Warning System across the Arctic, and also the establishment of 4 forward operating locations, military bases by another name, but dual use for the communities as well. And that was completed, those initiatives were completed roughly in the early 1990s. Since then, it disappeared. Well, it's back now. For a variety of aerospace reasons in particular, you are looking at, in terms of Canada, in terms of the defense investment portfolio that has been developed by the previous government and the current government, probably the largest investment in the Canadian North that has been seen for decades. And I don't have the actual numbers, but I would suspect, in fact, in comparative terms, it's the largest ever into the Arctic, with major implications for the local communities. You consider it the modernization of the forward operating locations, the 3 of them, notwithstanding Goose Bay. Recently announced, it was mentioned earlier on March 15th by the Prime Minister, of the Northern Operational Support Hubs. This is a major investment of capital with implications which I'm going to leave for now. But we're seeing the same thing south of the border, greater interest and investment in the Arctic. And of course, because of the indivisible nature of our defense relationship, cannot be managed without cooperation with the United States. And one last thing I want to say is, over my many, many years doing this, I'm always surprised. No, I shouldn't say, I'm no longer surprised that with a lack of knowledge and understanding of the United States by Canadians, we make big assumptions about what we think the Americans are doing. And we complain that the Americans don't know us. And that's probably true as well. But we don't really know them. And it creates a lot of problems and issues, perceptions. It makes the task of the government, in this case, the investments, the defense investments, which are going to lead other investments as well, which creates issues about intergovernmental cooperation, among other things. But that investment becomes a very difficult political task, which makes the government cautious. But nonetheless, the momentum is there, and it's not going to go away. So to provide a background for our discussions in the group later today and for tomorrow, it's my pleasure to be able to introduce a colleague from the United States to tell us what the Americans are really up to with regards to the Arctic and potentially its implications. It's my pleasure to introduce Marisol Maddox. She is a senior Arctic fellow at the Institute of Arctic Studies in the Dickey Center at Dartmouth. Her transdisciplinary research considers the Arctic nexus of geopolitics, security, and environmental change. Marisol maintains numerous professional affiliations dedicated to strengthening relationships and cooperative efforts to address transboundary risk, including as a term member, at the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States, and as a fellow with the Conference of Defense Associations Institute and the North American and Arctic Defense and Security Network in Canada. Marisol served as an Arctic specialist at the nonpartisan Woodrow Wilson Center's Polar Institute from 2018 to 2025. She holds a master's in international security with concentration in transnational challenges from George Mason's University's Shire School and a bachelor's in environmental studies with a concentration in ecosystems from the State University of New York at Binghamton. We are really fortunate to have with us one of the America's real experts on the Arctic and U.S. defense and security. Join me in welcoming Marisol.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Thank you for letting me into your country. So I will just give you an overview of the current U.S. Arctic strategy. As Jim was saying, at the operational level, you see this real desire to be able to maintain cooperation because it just makes sense on such a practical level. And you see that reflected in things like congressional testimony by the NORAD commander, which there was recently a hearing where he was reaffirming this relationship and, NORAD as the only binational military command in the world, just how integrated that is and how important it is for us to be able to trust each other and to be able to operate together. And so there is, in the U.S., we have our Coast Guard as the primary surface presence in the Arctic. The U.S. Air Force is the branch of the military that has the greatest amount of investment and equities in the Arctic. With our government, there is bipartisan recognition that the Arctic is emerging as a region that cannot be ignored, that it is significant from multiple dimensions. But kind of what it means to address that is where you start to see the partisan differences become more prominent. So I'll just give you an overview of the way that the second Trump administration has been approaching the Arctic. So even coming into the second Trump administration, when I was speaking with people who were advising him and were a part of, kind of the team that was preparing in case he was reelected, I was given a heads up that the Arctic would be very quickly coming up in a more significant way. And we saw that, right, with the language, even before Trump's inauguration. Immediately he brought up Greenland and Canada, right? So on January 7th, he referenced that he wanted to annex Canada and that he used the word economic force as the method by which he would be pursuing this. The big change that we've seen is really this approach towards a perception of the Arctic within the context of homeland security. This is largely driven by their interpretation of Western Hemisphere dominance and announced as the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Ironically, the Arctic and Global Resilience Office at our Department of Defense was actually dismantled in early autumn of last year. And the team was reassigned. There's no current Arctic champion at the Department of Defense. And really, because we've lost so much expertise within U.S. government, it's really become apparent that, loyalty to him is the issue that we are seeing, especially by Russia. And then there's a kind of brief mention in the ODNI Worldwide Threat Assessment that came out, but it's really, that language kind of is a bit different because it's kind of a little more normal, right? So it's identifying Russia is our primary challenge versus some of the other major strategy documents from the US have really, laid out that Europe is the challenge, right? And so I think you see that there's really not a well thought out, comprehensive strategy towards the Arctic. It's really pretty piecemeal in a way, very personality driven by the president. And then because there's actually not a lot of explicit direction to a lot of the agencies, there's a lot of people just listening to things he says or looking at his Truth Social account. He'll post something, this is how, US Coast Guard has found out certain things. It's because he posted about it or said something to the press and they said, oh, okay, I guess we're doing this. So that it's not like something that's really well articulated. And so that makes it, fairly chaotic, and there is a lot of, where people have to be just, interpreting and then kind of guessing in terms of what they're doing that, does this align generally with the administration's priorities. And then just really, we're also seeing this lack of compartmentalization, especially with our allies. So particularly between economic and security issues. And one example would be when President Trump announced that he was going to impose tariffs directly linked as a coercive measure for the US being able to acquire Greenland. And then of course, the stock market started having some issues, and then that led up to Davos, and that was when he gave the speech where he said, oh, well, of course, we're not going to, use military force, but that's because I know a deal can be worked out. But obviously, that's not going to happen because that's a very firm red line for the Greenlanders and for Denmark. And so there's still concern about potential escalation, particularly, depending on what happens with Venezuela and Cuba and Ecuador and Iran. That this is kind of a period where it is especially important for Canada and Greenland and Europe to be more cohesive and really stepping up and showing that investment, which I think is happening. And I'm seeing that the Republicans in Congress are actually, kind of rationalizing the approach that President Trump has taken, saying, well, if he wasn't threatening their sovereignty, then they wouldn't take it seriously enough and they wouldn't make the investments that we have made. But then saying, okay, but now that they have, we can try to kind of move forward a bit more. So I see that, there's a desire by the Republicans to be able, and the Democrats are on board with CUSMA, USMCA, being able to advance these, but even there have been some Republicans that have spoken up to just kind of challenge the statements that have come out from the president about, well, maybe we just wouldn't renew it, or the idea of using tariffs. We have seen some pushback on these issues, but it's the main challenge is really that anybody who really stands up to the president, again, because he highly values loyalty to him, not the Constitution, that
he will basically say that he will fund somebody to run against them in a primary, or try to kind of use language that activates his base. And his base is very emboldened because of the January 6th pardons, where they essentially have the perception that they can commit violence in his name and not face consequences for it. And so that also creates a lot of fear. A lot of judges that have ruled against him have faced threats or even been attacked. So I think the key takeaway here is just strength is essential. This administration does not respect weakness, hesitation, anything like that. It has to be just very strong capacity building, being able to show a united front on issues like Indigenous rights, free, prior, and informed consent, climate change. These are not priorities for the U.S. administration. So it's going to be very important for the other Arctic countries to be doubling down on them as important, capacity building, and basically refusing to cede it, because there will be pressure, but you have to stick together to hold the line, and it can only be so long that the U.S. can continue to deny that climate change is a thing before that policy is going to have to change, because it's just constrained by the literal boundaries of our planetary system. Thank you.
We have a couple of minutes. If you have any questions for our guest, please feel free. I thought there would be a lot of questions. Anyway.
Here in Canada, especially in the Canada and headquarters, we talk about it a lot, necessarily, exactly what it does. But in the United States, I suspect it has been less understood. Can you sort of talk for us the extent to which the U.S. recognizes that Canada is responsible for the defense of the U.S. and vice versa? And we comment on General Field's recent testimony, where he did mention Canada in North America, but it seems to kind of go through one expression here and together, why or Canada in that context.
Yeah, so I think the general American understanding of NORAD and Canada's role in continental defense is very limited. I think when things like, after 9/11, when Canada took in all the flights that were redirected from American airspace and brought into their homes the people that had been stranded, and then that was turned into a play, right, that enters pop culture. That's an effective way for people, like when I've kind of mentioned this, people will say, oh yeah, I remember the play, right? So it's like it has to enter pop culture in some way in order for people to be aware of it. But generally, I would say it's really, from the defense side of things, it really like the way that, I mean, we've been so effective at defending, so it's kind of, how do you appreciate the things that don't happen, right? Because you've been so effective. And so a lot of the security discourse in the U.S. Has really been fixated on our southern border. That's much more in the public consciousness. And then I think when Americans think of Canada, it's more around trade and just the economic relationship. But I think that there's a real opportunity there to try to, and the 25th anniversary of 9/11 creates an opportunity to be kind of trying to reinvigorate the public appreciation, understanding of the importance of this relationship. So I would, welcome conversation of what that could look like and how to kind of help with that. Yeah.
Golden Dome.
Yes.
And how does that relate to the future of NATO, NORAD, and the whole military kind of protection of North American continent that Canada unfortunately, is over-dependent on in relation to the United States. Golden Dome, what percentage is it?
Yeah, so that the Golden Dome is an idea that is being resourced in the U.S. There's kind of different components to it, right? So I think some of it will be repurposing or reframing existing infrastructure and existing relationships within the context of a highly coordinated continental defense architecture. But there's a whole kind of dimension of it where, you know, there would be a space component and really about being able to integrate data to ideally create an ability to have all domain awareness, persistent observation, including in the Arctic, right, where we're concerned about those missiles coming over the top, and to be able to, you know, detect, track, defend against. But there's, I think, and I said this, I testified before Congress last week, and I explicitly said, you know, the United States does not need to acquire new territory in the Arctic in order to implement the Golden Dome or any type of highly coordinated continental defense architecture, right? So, you know, that's, you know, when it comes down to it, like, I think it could be framed in a way that's more constructive and doesn't need to be framed in a way that's, you know, some of the language, again, is kind of more like that Golden Dome would be at odds with the ability of Canada or Greenland to have sovereignty, and that's just not the case, right? So the idea is, you know, how do we defend against contemporary threats? And so I kind of take the very reasonable aspect of that, and I say, okay, this is our starting point, right? We do want to be able to defend. So how do we do that in a way that is respectful of sovereignty and that, you know, actually maybe hopefully brings us, you know, closer and more cooperative than before? Brad?
Well, you were at the University of Calgary, so I'll have to add more to the other. My question is in regards to the maritime strategy. It makes it very specific that two of the elements are to respond to excessive maritime claims, which is always within the documentation about the Northwest Passage and the Northern Sea Route. And it also says ensure freedom of navigation, where the document specifically instructs the Department of War to conduct freedom of navigation voyages. Are you hearing anything? Can we expect that there will be a challenge to the Northwest Passage? And if there is a challenge, going back to your last question, what does that then mean for our ability to negotiate with the Americans on the Golden Dome?
Yeah. So obviously, like, if this administration in the U.S. wants to take a more confrontational and coercive and adversarial approach towards Canada, like, he may do that. I mean, I think you should listen to what he says. And I actually had one of my friends who doesn't do Arctic, but he's a very good Russian military analyst. And he heard Trump talking about Canada one day early in this, you know, second administration. And, you know, where he was saying, we're basically the same people. These are arbitrary borders. We speak the same language. And he was like, you know, I've heard this before, right? This is literally the language that Putin has used about Ukraine. I mean, you know, the U.S. has tried to invade Canada 2 times in the past. It's not, I think you need to listen to what personality types like this say and take it seriously and contingency plan for it. But I also think that because we have such strong relationships between, you know, U.S. Coast Guard and Navy, like between the U.S. and Canada, that, you know, having those sidebar conversations to just basically really be conveying that, you know, this is something that's very serious. You're taking it very seriously. You're stepping up. You're making all these investments. And if, you know, the Trump administration wants to be able to do something that, you know, this is really, unfortunately, it is hard for the people that are in government now in the U.S., but the impetus is on them to be able to work with you guys to figure out how do we do this in a way that is appropriate and respectful, but that is framed in a way to him to be able to get what he wants out of it. That's kind of the art of what's happening a lot kind of behind the scenes now. But when it comes down to it, could he, order, the U.S. military or Coast Guard to do something more aggressive? I mean, yeah, he could. So I think it's about, showing that you guys are making investments, that you are stepping up, you are, doing things to, address the security concerns that are tangible.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Are you familiar with the term Turtle Island?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term State Treaty Island?
Yes.
How does that affect what we're doing now?
Yeah. So, again, like with the Trump administration, I know there was some question around things like the definition of birthright citizenship that he's pursuing, where there had no, just in terms of, because if it wouldn't recognize Indigenous peoples, like so I mean, like I said, their priority, they're not really, their priorities are not around, support for Indigenous peoples or things like that. I think things that exist, like those agreements, like kind of under the radar, I don't see that being a priority to be challenging it. But yeah.
I'm not going into the route of Trump, to be honest with you. I'm talking about why we're here, for the land.
Oh, yeah.
That's why.
Okay. I thought you meant.
Our ancestors implemented that a long time ago so that they could help us where we are right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so this is like the frustration that it's that these kind of manufactured crises distract from our ability to deal with the real issues, which are what you're referring to, because that's what I want to be digging into more, right? And I've been working on things like, how do we, advance, co-development of, just any projects that we want to be pursuing, or, just how do we reconcile with the fact that we're totally surpassing planetary boundaries and we need to reconcile our relationship. That is the ultimate task before us. But if we're having to deal with, potential U.S. invasion of Canada or Greenland, that ends up sucking all the oxygen out of the room, right? But I mean, I would welcome a further conversation, because we need to keep that going, which is why I'm here too, because I want to have these conversations with you all.
And we'll have only last one question. Gracia?
Hi, I just wanted to address what perhaps is an elephant in the room. I appreciate how frank you've been. I really appreciate it. This is the fact that the current administration, under Trump 2.0, is very much seen by many countries in the world now as not a trusted ally any longer. And it becomes very difficult to reconcile that reality with an ability to try to work with this, I'll say former ally, on protection of the North. And that is very hard to reconcile when, for example, Trump very clearly has taken Russia's position in all of the peace negotiations with Ukraine, whether it's letting as well a Russian oil tanker through Cuba, whatever his positions are, they always align with the Kremlin talking points. So to say on one of the slides that Russia is their greatest concern doesn't ring true. Frankly,
yeah.
As a Canadian, watching what the current administration is doing on the world stage, isn't that going to be the biggest stumbling block, that there's no trust in members, whether it's threatening NATO members, threatening to breach the UN Charter, which is an international legal obligation. The state is fundamentally involved in the creation of that charter. And you can take it as a terrible international law, but it exists. It's there, and it's still a treaty which takes a while to believe it.
Yeah. I mean, the lack of trust is really serious and will be very long lasting. And in a best case scenario, I'll probably be working the rest of my life to try to help to, rebuild and just move things forward in a positive way. But it's, it's just very short-term thinking. It's like this just, pure raw military ability to impose strength and to basically say, this is what I'm doing. If you don't like it, what are you going to do about it? Right? And there are repercussions to that approach. I think there's a lot of, institutions and countries that are kind of like stunned at the absolute, arrogance of this approach and just, but that's going to change, right? And there is this capacity building outside the U.S. that will be shifting dynamics. And, I'm concerned for my country in the longer term because of what that means, right? Because the trust is an absolutely crucial element to having a credible alliance and, and being having credible deterrence. So, we're not former allies, we are still allies. I think it is important for deterring Russian aggression and, China and others to be, it's a balancing act, right? Of like being firm around like standards and what you refuse to cede, but then also, U.S. extended deterrence is really important for, it is really important. So it's just a balancing act, I think, in how it should be approached.
Thank you so much.
I would like to add one thing, just to thank you very much for your candor. And I appreciate what you say about the lady on top of the water. And the noise and what you say about the current underneath the surface, and how you want us to keep those currents flowing. And you're hoping that that will right the ship, if you will, as we move forward. I do think we understand all of that. What you have told us today reinforces what we already know, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will move to the second panel on indigenous, our esteemed members. And before we do that, we'll just take 2 minutes for our technical aspects. Thank you, Marisol, for your brilliant insights. And I think it is very pertinent to understand. I'll go back to Professor Jim Ferguson's initial remarks that our two countries are inseparable in terms of our defense. And this is something I personally believe. And yes, the time is critical. The issues we are facing is important, but we shall be working together to, get to it. So, but it is important to understand the defense of North America is singular. It cannot be understood and treated separately. Thank you. You're going to introduce. Thank you. Go ahead.
We now turn to the urgent issue of climate change in the Arctic. So sorry. Now we are moving to our second theme, indigenous sovereignty. First, we would like to invite Dr. Ken Coates. He's a professor emeritus and former Canada Research Chair in Regional Innovation at the Johnson Sheroma Graduate School of Public Policy at the University of Saskatchewan and a Fellow of the Royal Society, Canada. Raised in Whitehouse, Yukon, he is a leading historian and public policy scholar specializing in Indigenous rights, naval development, Arctic sovereignty, and post-secondary education. A prolific author, his co-authored book Arctic Front, Defending Canada in the Far North won the Donner Prize for the best book on Canadian public policy. He also served as the McDonald-Laurier Institute Senior Policy Fellow in
Aboriginal Northern Canadian issues and is a frequent commentator in national media. Joining him is Noma Kasi. She is a respected Indigenous leader and environmental advocate from the Wuntu Gutchin First Nation in Cold Crow, Yukon, and served as an associate with Yukon University's Northern Climate Exchange. A former chief of the Wuntu Gutchin, she has spent decades championing Indigenous knowledge, caribou conservation, and the protection of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge from oil and gas development. Her work bridges traditional knowledge with Western science to address climate change, adaptation, and food security in northern communities. She is a recipient of the Governor General's Northern Medal and continues to be a powerful voice for Indigenous sovereignty and environmental stewardship across the circumpolar Arctic. And joining them, Natalia Wardno. She is a Rotary Peace Fellow and an expert in water policy, water governance, peace building, and environmental politics with a focus on transboundary water cooperation and conflict prevention. She holds a master's degree in peace and conflict studies from the University of Uppsala, where her research examined the intersection of natural resource management and sustainable peace. Her work has included collaborations with international organizations on water diplomacy, initiatives in regions facing resource scarcity and climate-induced pressures. She is currently engaged in policy and research efforts that integrate environmental sustainability with peace building in fragile and conflict-affected contexts. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers. Thank you.
So, my apologies for sitting down here. If I didn't sit down, I'd be falling down. So it's probably better for everybody if I do that. There we go. Thank you very much, and great to be here with these three colleagues. It's three people here. Norma and I have been together in a setting like this since we were in high school. It's actually goes back over a very long time. And delighted to share the podium with somebody who I've admired enormously, who's had a huge impact on sort of bringing in the whole idea of Indigenous-led sovereignty, Indigenous-led environmental sort of control. So I'm going to speak quickly and then pass it on to Norma, and then down to Natalia as well. So I'm really delighted to be here. I've been following this conversation with Housing for quite a while. I'm a non-Indigenous person raised in the Yukon. As a researcher and scholar, I'm interested in a couple of themes that sort of relate to all of this. Non-Indigenous support for Indigenous rights and cooperation. Indigenous relationships have two parts. One's the Indigenous side, the other is the non-Indigenous side. I'm interested in that. And also equally interested in Southern and international interest in accommodating Northern concerns. I've gone to many, with Rob Hewart and we've done many of these conferences over the years. I don't go to very many of them anymore because I'm really frustrated with seeing the Southern people talk about the North as though they actually know where it is on the map. And hearing people pontificate at great length about all the wonderful things that the North should do when they've never been there. That's not referring to you, by the way. This is actually mostly talking about conferences in the Yukon in Europe that I've not been before. My comments are very cautionary, I guess, in nature. I'm not going to be here celebrating sort of very much. I guess part of the context comes when I first went to the Yukon in the mid-1960s, when I was a little kid. There were more than 1,000 employees of the Department of National Defense in the Yukon. We're talking about all this northern operating systems and forward operating stations as though this is a new thing. This isn't a new thing. We had it before. We were 1,000 people in Whitehorse a long time ago. Now, do you know how many we have in the Yukon right now? 4. 2 of them are administrative personnel. One's a secretary, one's an office manager. I mean, they have some more people in the summertime than they have a cadet camp, right? So the Yukon may be the least defended from a strategic point of view, place on the earth. Rob will tell us why that's not the case later on, I'm sure. But we're sort of looking at these things as though they're new. I'm an historian by training. And when I look at all the conversations from Prime Minister's comments and things that are happening on the global stage, I kind of have trouble getting excited about this. When you look at Indigenous policy in Canada, there is one tradition, and the tradition is that the government breaks its promises. It goes right back to the earliest times. The government has not kept any systematic promise to Indigenous peoples, and why they would think that we'd be better than today is really beyond me. Because in fact, this applies 100 years ago, it applies 2 years ago. And so I'm very concerned about the fact that we're getting excited about power sharing. Even the Prime Minister's talking about cooperation and collaboration, doesn't want to do it. I find this very frustrating as we sort of start going forward. Arctic policy is the same sort of way that we have, I don't doubt the sincerity of it. When people are talking about the Arctic right now, they're talking about it as I think they're sincere. They really care about where things are going. But I don't think that sincerity is going to last. History tells us that it won't. People will get interested for a while. We're living with military infrastructure built in the Canadian North in 1942. Decisions that were made without the North whatsoever in a matter of a couple of weeks down in Washington, D.C. We're still living across the Arctic with decisions made in the 1950s for the distant early warning systems and things like that. And we're on the verge of doing the same thing again. We're rushing off to do a whole bunch of things. We were doing it in the interest of the North, but we haven't really talked to the people there very systematically at all. Norm will tell us a lot more about that. So the reality in Canada, and I say this as a very passionate Canadian, is that we're the least northern, the least Arctic of all the northern nations. We pretend we're a northern nation. We haven't really been that way for forever, I don't think, and I don't think we're going to change right now. We're urban and we're southern. And it's a good thing, increasingly multicultural. About 30% of Canadians have come into this country in the last 25 years. It's a huge number when you actually think about it and how that's transformed us. The number of people who have lived experience in the North is getting smaller all the time. We fly in people into work camps. They don't live there anymore on a year-round basis. They don't take their families up like they used to. Remember, Norma, when they used to have Farrow Mine and Clinton Creek Mine and all these different mines at Pine Point, these are mines that are all gone. So when you look at a crisis, we're at a crisis point for sure. When a nation faces a crisis, it tests it very severely. And this is going to test Canada. Because we don't have one crisis, we have multiple ones. The interesting thing is, 3 years ago, if you had this kind of a session, we talked only about climate change, because that's where our focus was. Now it's the afterthought item. It shouldn't be, but it is the afterthought item on this conversation. The number one, the wonderful presentation was shared on Trump's policies. Anybody who can figure that out and explain it is way better than I am, because it changes on an hourly basis. But we're reacting to this all the time and looking for logic and system and strategy when we don't really see sort of very much. Now we're preoccupied with defense and security in the North. We've talked about this. Rob and I started talking to each other when we were little puppies. We've had the same conversation, for 30 years now, Rob? And all of a sudden we're really excited about it. And we're going to make multi-billion-dollar investments. Well, we're thinking about them and planning for them. And they're going to have massive implications for the people who live in the North and for the ecology of the North itself. And we're also adding on top of this 2 other things. One is the vulnerability of critical minerals. We're talking about opening up as many mines as we possibly can in the next couple of years. If that doesn't worry you, you should look at the history of mining in the North and the implications of short-term planning, long-term implications, and long-term sort of disasters as we go along. The other thing, that's where I'm sort of going to emphasize a little bit and then stop, is that we're also at a critical juncture in Canada in terms of Indigenous rights and respect for Indigenous people. This is where I put my effort for the last 40 years of my career. And I would put the starting point this way. Canadians strongly support Indigenous rights as long as they don't have any. And as long as Indigenous people are aspiring to rights, Canadians are saying, yeah, go for it, we really support you, they stand up and cheer and all that kind of stuff. When Indigenous people get rights, they were never given any rights, they fought for them, went to the courts, political movements and all that kind of stuff, then people start to get upset. They don't celebrate the fact that the courts recognize Indigenous rights. They don't sit there and say, the Supreme Court of Canada keeps making major decisions on behalf of Indigenous people. Maybe there's a lesson for us there In fact, they get very negative. And they start going and saying, you're stealing away our rights. This is going to affect all of us, and we're going to suffer economically. I worry very much about this. We are seeing some huge changes. In the Yukon, one of the best examples, if you want to look at a positive example of how newcomers and Indigenous people can live together, far from perfect, but it's getting an awful lot better. The land claims process started in 1973. It took 20 years to negotiate the framework agreement, umbrella framework agreement for the Yukon. That started in 1993. We're now getting about 40 years on, 30 years on. I'm not even close to implementing. About 20% of the land claims have been implemented. Right, this is actually the only stable industry in the Yukon, other than just working with the government, is the land claims industry. It employs lots and lots of people, and it's the driver of the economy in many ways. But the Yukon is working in some really interesting respects, except when it doesn't. We've seen the creation of Nunavut, one of the most remarkable examples in sort of world affairs, and we're seeing a lot more honest respect for consultation. Mining companies that want to work in the North just know they have to consult. Public governments consult with Indigenous people all the time. The political process incorporates Indigenous people. But now I think across Canada, and this is where I say it's a warning, not because I celebrate this, by the way, I'm appalled by this. The reality of Indigenous rights is starting to settle in. If you haven't followed the Cowichan decision in British Columbia, which only came out a year ago, basically it was a relatively small piece of land in Richmond, British Columbia. It has been held up as a sign that all of property rights in all of British Columbia, maybe all of Canada, are somehow a threat. So, and it's scaremongering of the highest order. It's not right, it's not true, but they're saying this. There's a big issue around mining rights as well. And we're seeing the largest backlash against Indigenous rights that we've seen in the last 50 years. And so we're now going to try to develop the North economically, respond strategically, try to build a defense infrastructure in the North at a time when the non-Indigenous support for this is declining. And we should be aware of this and understand what it needs and realize that our First Nation friends and partners and neighbors are actually bearing the brunt of this. There's an awful lot of criticism coming toward Indigenous people all across the country. Good example of this in Canada. We've talked about the fact that we're going to respect Indigenous rights on northern security and defense and all that kind of stuff. They'll even have something called Bill C-5, which is designed to accelerate resource development. So given the first opportunity of the Carney government to actually consult with Aboriginal people, they decided to pass the legislation first and then consult. And it didn't seem to occur to them that was the wrong way to do it. That you actually consult first to get their input, feedback, and co-develop the policies. They did it the other way around. And they're kind of really surprised now, the Carney government is, that the Indigenous folks don't really trust them. And are very nervous about what their implications going forward happen to be. So as we have these conversations about security and defense and climate change and collaboration and cooperation, I think we need to realize that we really are at a really important turning point. And I think the next 5 to 10 years will actually demonstrate whether Canada is really serious about Indigenous consultation and engagement. We need to be. Any place that is really taking that consultation seriously has benefited from it. Ironically, one of the best ways to strengthen the regional economy is to empower Indigenous people. It doesn't take away power from the local economy. It actually builds more control in the area itself. There's a lot of pressure on governments to act. A lot of vague promises being made. I'm not a fan of the UNDRIP legislation in Canada. I describe the federal UNDRIP legislation as a promise to make promises. And if I was an Indigenous person, I wouldn't hold my breath, because those promises are a long time coming, even longer to get funded sort of properly. So finally, end with this point. The intensity of all of these issues, security, defense, and climate change, are increasing simultaneously. What's also increasing is the pressure on Indigenous people to sort of hold themselves in line with all of these national priorities. And there's no reason why they should. They have their own environmental perspectives and values, and they're very important. They have their own perspectives on defense, security, and economic development, and they're really important. And now they're being pressured to say, all this is in the national interest. And the hint basically is, please don't get in our way. We need this for national defense. We need it for national security. We need it to rebuild the economy. Decisions will come fast and furious. We have a major projects office that is designed to sort of theoretically accelerate all these projects as they're going forward. I'm actually really, really interested in what the minister was talking about Churchill. I'm really fond of the idea of using Churchill as a catalyst for empowering Indigenous people across northern Manitoba and in the part of western part of Nunavut. But it's going so fast. It's going so fast that we're making decisions that will have an effect on that region for a very, very long time. So hold on to your hat. These are difficult times. These are not easy times. And I think the next few years we're going to see whether or not Canadians are serious about the empowerment of Indigenous people. I hope they are, not optimistic. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the land that we're speaking on, Ojibwe people. I'm grateful to be here to be able to do that. I understand this particular area here was once a place to teach younger people in their nations, and I'm just pleased to be here to do that. My name is Guarakati Bantakuchinitli. I'm people of the lakes. I come from Oak Grove, Yukon. The name of my community is called Tinchi, just a community between two rivers. And it's in Oak Grove, Yukon. And it's where I was raised for the first 17 years of my life, was in one of what they call Canada's, recognized now as Canada's, one of Canada's biggest wetlands, where there are like hundreds of lakes after going over 4 mountains from Oak Grove in April, May, and June. And we live out there on these lakes. It's a beautiful place. There's hundreds of lakes altogether. And this is where thousands of birds come from the south, from all over the world, from Chesapeake Bay to way far away, come to our homelands, from Chile. They come to our homelands and we're staying in our tents. And they fly in by the thousands. And it's just amazing. And at the same time, the caribou takes its route, start coming from the Arctic National, what's known as the calving grounds in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. And they come and they walk right by our camp, and the cows, the caribou calves would go on the lakes, and it's nice and hot. In May, it's warm. And the cows, they're pregnant. They lay around the muskrat cows, what the muskrats bring up feed for them. And the vital connection continues. And what they eat is for the lactating cows. And there's caribou everywhere on these lakes. And I sit there and I watch them for days and just watch them. And I know everything about caribou, and I know everything about the muskrats and beavers that has helped feed my family over the years. And my mother was a single mother. She raised 4 of us out there on those lands in Oak Grove Flats every spring. And that's why we're still here. That's why we survived. Otherwise, we would not have survived in another place. And this is our home. And I just wanted to tell a story about my life and not too much politics. And we are so closely connected to our environment. We speak to the trees, the spiders that crawl on the top of our tent. We speak to them. And the sacredness that we hold for our environment and our biodiversity is very, very strong. And it's an incredible connection that's, when it starts to break, it's very, very hard. My grandfather and I were sitting on a lake, and he was on his way to the spirit world.
And we're sitting there and he said to me, all the birds were flying in from all over, and he said to me, one day it's not going to be like that. It's going to change. And then I got a call one day in 2007, and I'm living in Whitehorse and doing all kinds of work in conservation of caribou and working hard. And my brother calls me and he said, Zelma Lake is starting to, the shore is getting really thin. The shoreline is getting thin. And so I asked him if the beavers were there. He said, yeah, they're just swimming around there, but they can't do nothing. And it was within days in 2007, one of the biggest lakes in Old Crow Flats completely drained away. And that was the beginning of very huge change. And then in 1985, the elders asked me to step forward to run for the Legislative Assembly. And I did. And Dave Porter, one of our leaders at the time, pushed me into that. And then in 1987, Reagan decided to open the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge for oil and gas development. And the first thing I did was Dave Porter called me into his office. He was the Minister of Renewable Resources. And we had a majority NDP government for the first time in 30 years. The regime was changed from a conservative government to an NDP government. And so Dave called me in his office and he told me this. He said, Ronald Reagan has now said that they're going to develop oil and gas in Alaska. So I called my mother on the phone and I said to her, this is happening. And she said, well, you have to come home. You have to come home right away and talk to the people. So I came home and I talked to the people. We talked and we sit down and elders sit around and they tell us stories. And it was our job that they told us as leaders that it's your job to fight for this. And you have to do everything you can. But we got to gather first. We're going to gather our Gwich'in Nation, and the Gwich'in Nation gathered in northeastern Alaska in Arctic Village, a small village in northeastern Alaska. The community that's closest to the calving grounds is where the elders directed us to gather. We sat there in the meetings for 4 days, and everything was done in my language. The elders, the leaders, people 100 years old were speaking with our people. And the community hall was just full, and we were quiet, and all we did was listen, sit on the floor and listen. The environmentalists came in with their agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and the elders said, this is not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk amongst our people. So they gave us a specific strategy to protect the caribou. The caribou is very, very close to our hearts. We carry the caribou's heart, and the caribou carries and feeds us year after year after year for thousands of years. The caribou herd is now at 140,000, and it dropped drastically in the last few years. And so we're there once again. Trump's in and is now pushing to open up the calving grounds again. So we're now educating younger people to be able to speak out and do this work and carry this torch. So now we're talking about a different thing. We're talking about our sovereignty. We're talking about Arctic securities. This is frightening to our people. It's good to hear Ken speak about, we just need to get together and gather. When our backs are against the wall, and we've been through as peoples, our backs were against the wall many times. And we come together, we get together, and what we do is we focus on the young people. Several years ago, we started the Indigenous Leadership Initiative. There are There's a bunch of leaders. There's myself, Ethel Blond, and Dave Porter, Bev Sellers, and other leaders that have come together and with Valerie Courtois, come together and created, looked at very strategically with many others in the country to protect large tracts of land, which are called Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas now. And within those large tracts of land, we fought we fought hard, and we're working hard, working strategically with the government to create land guardians within to take care of these homelands. In every community across the north, in my community, there's 1,000 land guardians now across Canada. And we want to grow that program. We wanted, when we, like I say, our backs are against the wall and we get fearful, it's time to educate the younger ones, to hand over the torch and say, look, we need to train young people. And we are really wanting to train as many land guardians as we possibly can. I had the greatest opportunity recently to join the Yukon University. And they call me professor there. That's really cool. And and I only went to grade 11 too. So professor, they call me. But anyways, I have, I guess, attained a lot of knowledge from my grandfather, my mother, the land, the animals, and know exactly what we need to do right now. We need to get our people, our young people, back on those lands and revive them, and they need to be trained in a different way now to protect our people for food security and water security going forward. We need to be able to have strong homes. Right now, my community is dependent on diesel, and diesel is flown in almost every 2 months into the community. We need to make changes. We need to train our young people so that they can do this work. And I'm working on that at the Yukon University now, developing a curriculum with my colleagues there. And the first thing I'm going to do is do an assessment throughout all the 14 Yukon First Nations communities, sit down with the elders, the leaders, the chiefs, and the guardians who are there, sit down and strategize as to what their future requires with respect to training for these young people. Cultural training, place-based knowledge will be a very strong part of it because we've been removed from our lands for a long time. We need to do this work, and we need your support. We need all the support that we can possibly gather up to train as many people as we can to secure our Arctic regions. We need to do it ourselves. We need to lead in that discussion. Recently, there was some military people, I think it was Canadian military, and this was hearsay, came over from Fort McPherson in Nunavut, and they went to my community. They didn't announce to my community that they were coming. And they came to my community and they said they were going to go to Herschel Island. That's a long ways. My grandfather was one of the last people many years that went to Herschel Island by dog team and to go there to get food for our people in Crow Flats. And that was even before I was born. And the trails are there through the North Yukon National Park. But these people came and they wanted to skidoo out there, and the chief and council, from what the story was, that they wanted to, they need help. They can't go alone. However, they gathered help in the community and took some of our guys out there with them, and they didn't. Anyways, they ran into some problems. It's really cold in February and early March. It's windy. That country is really windy. It's snow blowing all the time. It's cold. And one of our guys that went with them froze his hands, and I understand that others there had froze their feet and hands as well. If you could just sit down and talk to our people and let our people lead this kind of thing. This is our land. Like I said, I know everything about my area I grew up in. I have all the stories, I have the knowledge, I know where to go and not to go, what the weather is going to be like. Nowadays, we can't predict the weather, as well as we can, but we can, if we live there, we can. We need to work with our Indigenous peoples in this country. We have the knowledge. We've lived there long before others had come. And we need to be able to collaborate and work with us. And all the presentations that have gone before us here today, I want to thank you so much for sharing what you have. And again, it created a fear in me, and I got really nervous. And I know now that we are going to work as much as we can. We're in a good place in institutions and universities to be able to do this work, where we want to accredit our land guardians, to have them hold accreditation so that they can be paid in a good way, just like wildlife officers and park wardens and people like that. We need them now. We absolutely need them for security in our Arctic regions and our communities. Masi Choshalanai, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Masi.
So I had a PowerPoint presentation, but instead I'm going to sit here and I'm going to speak more from the heart. The presentation I wanted to make very much echoes what was said this morning about the relational nature of security and of sovereignty. We are always going to be neighbors with our neighbors. That's never going to change. Biophysical realities will always be biophysical realities. And when it comes to taking a control-based security approach, it's very resource intensive to do that. We do need relationships. Can we not be an order that's a murmuration of birds and how we build resilience? There were two examples that I wanted to share from the work that I do. I wear 3 different hats. But first, I will also say that I'm coming here from Treaty 13, from Toronto. I grew up in the Humber River watershed. I am the first of my ancestral line to be living here. We buried my grandmother in that watershed in January 31st of this year, but I was born in the former Yugoslavia, what is now Bosnia and Herzegovina. I understand conflict and what happens when there's separatism. I do not wish to see that in my home. Canada's my home. I do not wish to see that happen to my neighbors either. So conflict prevention is really important. Building trusting relationships is important. And contrary to the idea that reconciliation causes friction, I think it's an opportunity. At the Shared Path Consultation Initiative, where I'm the acting executive director, we are working with municipalities to train them on the duty to consult and accommodate so they understand. We have worked with ULI to produce a report on TRC Call to Action 92 in the real estate and development sector to see what can be done to create economic opportunities there. And we've also worked with Saugeen and Ojibwe Nations Environmental Office and 3 upper tier municipalities and lower tier municipalities to identify how to streamline the pre-consultation process. So in the very early stage, when a proponent comes to municipal planners and says, we want to build here, the planners can then go to Sanyo. They now have tools that we've co-developed and say, look, this is a map of priority areas for Sanyo. This is what the consultation process will look like if you're touching a river or if you're in a brownfield. This is what you can expect as the next steps. This is the guide on the duty to consult and accommodate. This is how it's enshrined in law to create some more clarity in that process. Because oftentimes you hear people say that they're uncertain and they're afraid about engaging the wrong way, and so they don't. We need a bit more heart and courage these days to form relationships, and sometimes it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, and that's okay. Secondly, I'm also a network engagement lead with Our Living Waters. We're a network of 300 watershed organizations across Canada, primarily NGOs. Our role is to step into spaces of collaboration to see what are the patterns across Canada. For instance, there's the new provincial and federal agreements that are being drafted so that projects can go forward, but what does that mean for environmental impacts and how those will be done? What gaps are going to be created? There's groups like the Canadian Environmental Law Association and FELA that are pointing to Bill C-61 that needs to be reintroduced. But how is it going to be reintroduced? I briefly had a stint in the federal government when the multi-barrier approach was written into it. So that means to protect First Nations drinking water, that's what Bill C-61 is, you need to protect the good water. That's the very basic logic for multi-barrier approach. And we know that because when people died in Walkerton in Ontario, the Justice O'Connor report said to protect the drinking water, you protected that source. So So that piece of water protection needs to stay within Bill 361. And people understand that. People that are not Indigenous understand that in our provinces too. Because our health is our shared health. The way that we look at not just water security as an inert form, but as a dynamic living being, as watershed security. Watersheds that we share all across the border with our neighbors, that too is never going to change. And so within our living waters, I had the opportunity to go north. It was a huge privilege late last year to go to the Northwest Territories. And there the government organizes water strategy session once a year. I asked if they'd like to have the water partners meet more regularly. They said, yeah, let's do that. I'm like, okay, can I host a table where we could talk about starting a hub for the water partners? And I said, okay. In 3 rounds of dialogue, there was so much interest that initially 2 chairs came forward, an Indigenous and a non-Indigenous co-chair, a sense of a cadence of 4 times a year, twice in person, twice online. The challenge is resourcing this. If it's self-organizing, there tends to be a tendency to want to control the conversation again and for it to be government-led. And when that happens, you lose out on the beauty of what it could be. For that hub, one of the ideas was for 2 of those gatherings to be in person and land-based, and not just people coming in to yelling, but also people coming out onto the land and it being more land-based, because that's what we were hearing quite a bit in every single round, the conversations of this exchange of knowledge being more embodied. Because people's hands freezing off and not knowing how to deal with the elements, that is knowledge that can't be replaced when you're sitting behind a desk in Ottawa. So what I want to share in this brief little space now is also the way in which relationships can be built at the most local level. And this isn't necessarily in the north, but it's in terms of different way of organizing ourselves and being in relation with each other. The third hat that I wear is as founder of Our Shared Futures. Now, I started this wanting to develop programs in the Balkans, where I'm originally from, to work with young people to build relationships tied to their shared well-being around the environment. When I came back to Canada for my studies in the Netherlands and in Japan, actually, I started doing watershed circles with urban Indigenous communities, Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee primarily, where each circle started with a water ceremony and a fire ceremony and understanding of the sacred, and then invited us to all speak in circles about that watershed. What happens when the rain falls? Where are there sewage bypasses? Where's there flooding? What are the priorities that neighbors want? So that neighbors in that area build a biophysical identity tied to their sub-watershed and hear each other and hear each other's values. Because in this time of polycrisis, we need to know how to talk about values. We need to move past the Westphalian order of keeping peace by not talking about the things that matter most to us. There's multiple different worldviews in this room. The thing that makes Canadians Canadians is pluralism. And respecting the distinctness and the diversity, that's actually what makes us rich and wealthy. So how can we relate better to that? Sorry.
Thank you very much. We have just a couple of minutes if you have any pressing questions for the panel. But the way we designed our session today, we have 3 breakout rooms, and there'll be plenty of time to discuss further, your queries. But anyways, if you have any questions for the panel, sir, Professor G.
Yes. Enjoy walking. You're in an area very like
Microphone.
And I want to thank Ken for those what I would call reality. What the nature of democratic politics and how you actually break out of that box is no easy task. And I agree with you, Ken, when I look at the military side of this equation in the North. Been there, done that, going to do it again. We keep doing it again and again and again. How you break out of that, I have no answers for. But as a layperson, I have a question for all 3. And that's for someone to define for me. Now, I haven't read the Supreme Court ruling. I just read and pick up. And I don't really read newspapers much anymore because they upset me too much. The term consultation. How do your communities understand the term consultation? What does it mean? And it's more than simply chatting with one another, I think. How the government understands consultation, what that means to them. And you put this in the context of when we talk about climate change and the environment, economic interests, development interests, cultural implications, all of these forces. How can I phrase this without getting into trouble? Eventually, decisions have to be made. And this consultation means consensus building. We're all going to agree. And then you get into the political problem of what is meant, what is danger of consensus. So in my world, the international political world, consensus is the lowest common denominator among states. What little they can agree on. But when you're in a domestic political situation with these forces at play, I'm not sure how well that's going to work either. So if someone can clarify this, so I have a better idea, I would be very grateful.
Well, I'm probably going to make it way worse, but I'll give you a little bit of a shot at it. Consultations have turned into a formal process, and a lot of people in the communities talk about it as a tick-a-box process. You know, you want to open up a mind, we have to consult. Oh, we talk to them, we talk to them, we talk to them. Imagine the pieces of software. Have you ever seen these things where they're pieces of very complicated software? They record every single consultation that a mining company would have with any of its stakeholders. And they can report it back to the court and say, look, we consulted. Here's 2,426 consultations, phone calls, encounters at the curling rink. This kind of stuff's absurd, right? So we know where consultation works. We have lots of good examples of it. It works in the Yukon, it works in the Northwest Territories, it works in Nunavut, where you actually listen to the communities and sit down and talk these things through. Some of the best examples, northern Saskatchewan, the Tahltan people in Northwest British Columbia, we're doing stuff on the coast, on the west coast of fisheries, Great Bear Rainforest, which is a really good example of consultation that produces real results. So there isn't one mechanism. When we turn it into a legal requirement, we turn it into an industry that employs a whole bunch of non-Indigenous professionals who make a lot of money off of it. I don't like that consultation. Consultation basically, when you actually work with Indigenous communities as your neighbors and your friends and your partners, comes sort of accommodations. They aren't 100% consensus based. There's always going to be people who like a project and don't like a project. But Indigenous communities work this out a lot. And we have literally hundreds of good examples of this now. So you either fear it because it's a legal process, a technical requirement, or you embrace it, in which case you sort of develop the future with your friends and neighbors. I think that's the real line. Norman was part of a government that was in the Yukon, where the NDP sort of were elected and they took over the land claims process, and so the Yukon government got involved with the process they weren't involved with. It was indigenous to the government of Canada and was going nowhere. And then the Yukon NDP got involved and said, well, we're just here to be friends. And is that a fair description, Norman? Sort of make it work. And what's really interesting now is listening to the white guys that I grew up with in high school, who thought it was the worst idea in the history of humanity, who now brag about what the Yukon land claims process has done. Right? And it was through consultation and getting to talk, just talking it through. But when you put legal processes in place, the legal requirements to consult, I'll tell you my one concern is that it's actually really harming Indigenous communities. Everybody wants to consult. Education, healthcare, mining, constitutional change, political change, legal processes, personal operations, right? And Indigenous communities, there's a long list of people who want to talk to them. What do you think? They just sit there and wait to be talked to? Imagine if they started coming to you, I should do this, or you should come down and consult with people down here. Say, stop doing what you're doing and come and listen to us for a day. I'm really worried about that. The burnout over consultation is just astonishing.
Very briefly, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I guess we do things in a kind of a different way. I've watched consultation processes a lot over the years, but on one of the biggest issues that affected my people was the protection of our caribou, and it still is. But the elders in their discussions up in the hill came back to us to report to us what they talked about, and they came into the meeting after they sat up there for hours and hours. We were waiting for them, and they came in and they said to us, we're going to choose certain people from here, from this big meeting of hundreds of Kuching, and we're going to choose you to speak on behalf of our people and our caribou. And they did, and they chose 8 of us. And then they sat down with us and told us, you make sure that you go home after this and you tell your people what's going on, that nobody in the Gwich'in Nation will speak against you when you do your work. So we went back home to the communities, and then they told us to go to the government, the level of government, the next level of government after First Nations governance were to go to the Yukon Territorial Government. So I was very fortunate at that time to have been in there, and we were able to pass unanimous legislation to be able to protect the coastline here. From there, then you go to Canada, your country. Do not jump and go to the United States yet. Make sure you got the back, that you got your governments, your levels of governments in your country have your back before you go there. So then we go to Canada. It was Paul Martin at the time. And then we sat down with him and we talked to him, and we even went to their house, and we built a relationship so that we can have access to the Canadian Embassy when we go to Washington, D.C. So we had help with many people to do that. And then from there, we were able to go to the United States and go across the United States to protect the caribou. So that was a really incredible consultation process that our elders, who are now gone, many of them, had laid out for us. Thank you.
Just really quick, it's the duty to consult and accommodate, and I'm really thankful to hear that it's understood that it's just the very minimum that is started with. The relationship is what is more important, because that is an ongoing process that will continue to exist, and what you can create opens up beyond the TRC calls to action, like the 92 of them. The Murray Sinclair intended to get as many as we can imagine together. It's infinite. It's finite and infinite games. So what kind of game are we playing with? Do we want to create a better future, or are we very zero-sum? If we treat them as our enemies, then it's going to be very legalistic, instead of seeing everything that can be created when we value the shared watersheds. And so what we did at work in bringing together the Saugeen and Ojibwe Nation staff for the First Nation, and bringing together the staff that are the planners, they could then start streamlining the process to reduce the burden and responsibility on First Nations, because they are overwhelmed with multiple different asks. So the process can be clarified. But then also the next step is where the decision makers come together, because it's not just going into a community and talking to just anyone. Like, you need to also respect that there's governance mechanisms that pre-existed. It's not rocket science, it's relationships.
Dr. Hoover, yes.
Very quick. This is on Indigenous sovereignty. We know from the Hope report that foreign entities are engaged on severe foreign interference and identify whether it's identified China, Russia, Pakistan, Iran, and India. And I suspect that we can probably start adding the Americans now to it. How do we defend ourselves against foreign interference in the coming days, given the importance of the Arctic, given the security issues, given the destabilization within northern communities? How do we engage in
Build trust with the people that are there and enable them. We just heard about the Guardians program and the value that's placed in that. Say there's so many different crises that we're going to be seeing with forest fires and floods. Living Lakes Canada worked with local people in their communities to identify watersheds so that when first responders come in from out of town, they can be deployed much faster. You don't have that type of intelligence unless you work with those that are intimate with them. And we can keep securitizing the other, but we can also truly win when we turn them into a friend.
I think that we need to communicate at the grassroots. We need to build relationships at the grassroots. All this stuff that we've learned today and have been hearing bits and pieces is scary. But when, we need to be able to, and what immediately we think about is to strengthen our people. We need to do that. We need to communicate with our people and sit down in circles in a gentle way, drinking our tea and talking this out. And right now, we want to get our young women and men trained and to be guardians of our communities and take care of our people. We have many other issues besides, these kinds of things that are going on. And we need to collaborate. We can't just come to our communities and stand up there and make big speech and don't clarify and then get back on an airplane and leave. And then, like, then what? We need to build relationships. We need to help Canada. This is our country. Indigenous peoples need to be at the forefront of these discussions. It's our country. It's our homelands. We know it. So sit with us, talk with us, and not come and say scary things and then leave. So, you know, it's simple as that. We have institutions, educational institutions, where we have young people sitting right there. We talked a little bit this morning about AI. Are all their education going to become AI? We need interrelationships with them, heart to heart. It's that's where we're at, because our young people are getting lost into the future.
Thank you. We have breakout rooms for in-depth discussions. So I'll just take last question from you, and then we'll go to our climate.
I have to make a comment.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I've been sitting here listening since this morning. I was invited here because they said they wanted Indigenous people to come here. Your thinking is from a non-native perspective. If you were to approach this conversation from us, this is totally different in English. In consultation, the first part of consultation is Kajay Manitou. Anam yada Kajay Manitou now we just shit king kaki da no be. Our language is there to teach you how to think, how we think.
It doesn't.
How to take care of the land. I'm a hunter, I'm a fisherman, and I build houses. But I also consult with the federal government all globally. Sure, I teach at a university, but I don't take their money. I was told not to speak into that. If you speak into that, you're showing off. Don't show off. What you are doing, it's a beautiful thing. I agree with you. But the first gentleman that got there, land-based education. They must say, Mama, key. We must have been Mama, key. Key can go in negotiate. Go sit on the land and teach the non-Indigenous people how we think. Because we only got one planet. It's not your fault that the federal government took away what we know. But we hide to keep our language and to do our ceremony. I've been sitting here listening to you. Your heart is beautiful. But you got to learn to think a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciated your comment. Okay. We'll move to the last panel before the lunch. And we apologize, Dr. Imdad and Alex Crawford, for kind of taking away your time. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Now we have the third topic, the urgent issue of climate change in the Arctic. Dr. C. Imdad Haig is a professor in the Natural Resources Institute within the Clayton H. Riddle Faculty of Environment, Earth and the Resources at the University of Manitoba, where he specializes in resource and environmental management. And joining him is Dr. Alex Crawford. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Environment and Geography at the University of Manitoba, where he specializes in Arctic climate systems and the dynamics of extratropical cyclones. Please welcome them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So just a note on timing because of where we're at. I will be going right now, and then after lunch, MDAD Hawk will continue on the adaptation part. So thank you for having me. My role here is as a physical scientist. So you'll see that I have a physical Western science lens in what I'm talking about. But while I put up the University of Manitoba territorial acknowledgement here, I think it's also worth noting that everything that I'm sharing today in this talk is really from a combination of a broad spectrum of people, mostly Western science, but also a lot of people with Indigenous knowledge. And in a few cases, you're going to be seeing things where we're interviewing people with Indigenous knowledge, especially elders on Baffin Island where I work. But then there's also several cases where they are co-authors on the work here. You're going to see the little citations at the bottom. And I think that that honestly is a great way to be. It shows that we're in this together, both in understanding the world and also experiencing the impacts. All right, so if we're talking about physical science of climate change, I think there's really no better place to start than showing you a graph of the global temperature. And actually what I'm showing you here is what we call global temperature anomaly. And so I should make sure we understand what that term anomaly means. So what we're looking at here is saying, we're going to take the first 51 years of this record, 1850 to 1900, and we're going to call that our baseline. That is the average temperature of the whole world over the course of the whole year for 51 years. And then we're going to call that 0. So 0 means it's normal for that early baseline period. And then you might also see that there's little ups and downs throughout that period. So there's some years that are a little bit warmer than normal, some that are colder than normal, and that's all natural. That's nothing to worry about, not climate change, just natural variability. But then you might notice a few things, such as the fact that 1930 is the last year that actually was colder than that average, or that over the last 125 years, the temperature's increased for the world overall. It's increased on average by 0.1 degrees Celsius per decade, which is a fairly small number, but over 125 years, that's 1.25 degrees Celsius. And that's the average. It's actually been accelerating recently. And if you look at 2024, yes, that is the first historical year when the temperature has been over 1.5 degrees warmer than that baseline. So it's kind of where we're at right now as we head into what might be another strong El Nino year and may even start breaking that record again next year. Another thing I think that's worth noting at the top when we're talking about Arctic climate change is that the Arctic is indeed warming faster than the rest of the world, as Dr. Pinto said earlier. This map right here is showing you darker red wherever it's warming more, and then kind of a lighter orange wherever the warming's been less. And this is comparing the last full 30-year period we have, so it's 1991 to 2020, back to 1951 to 1980. And just to give you a little bit of a sense of this, if you go into the tropical Pacific Ocean, you'll see that it's warmed about 0.2 to 0.6 degrees in that time period. So maybe about half a degree overall. If you go all the way up, not just to the Arctic, but if you focus on the Arctic Ocean, there are places where it's warmed 2 degrees in that time. Some places it's warmed 5. There's lots of ways of defining what the Arctic is. No matter what you do, it's warming over 3 times more than the world as a whole. There's some ways you can measure it. Again, as Dr. Pinto mentioned, where you're getting up close to 4 times faster than the world as a whole. So the Arctic is changing quicker than anywhere else. It is a place then that is particularly notable to be looking at if you're interested in how climate change impacts people, ecosystems, the world as a whole, in every way that they're interconnected. So for the rest of this talk that I have here, I want to present a few different examples of this. It's not exhaustive, and it definitely is, how shall I say, it's not as deep as I would love to go, but with an audience like this, I have to, hold back my teacher switch a little bit. So first, one of the big things that I'm sure a lot of you have heard plenty about is the sea ice decline. And so yes, as the world is warming up, as the Arctic is warming up, we are experiencing less and less sea ice. My preferred way of looking at this is thinking about what we call the ice-free period in seasonally ice-covered waters. So if you're looking at a place like Hudson Bay or Baffin Bay or over on the Russian side, some of those shelf seas, how long in the summer is the water there free of ice? And then the map that I'm showing you is the trend. So in other words, we're saying how quickly is that changing? Blue means that it's getting shorter. There's no blue. The red means that it's getting longer. And I want you to focus on Baffin Bay for a second. Baffin Bay has that light reddish color. That's the lightest red that I show you. That light red, if you look at that color bar, means that the ice-free period's been increasing since 1979 by between 1 and 2 days per year. 1 or 2 days, okay, that's not a big difference. If there's one less day with sea ice, not a big deal. This goes back to 1979. This is 45 years. So if you do the math, that means on average in Baffin Bay, there is a month and a half longer now that is ice-free than back in 1979. If you look at Hudson Bay, you might notice a lot of white there because it's changing slower than Baffin Bay is. Hudson Bay is changing slower. It has not changed nearly as much as farther north. Despite that, on average in Hudson Bay, we still have a month longer that's ice-free now than we did in 1979, 1980. And yeah, that color bar does go up to 6. That's over in the Barents Sea. So there are places where the increase has been, well, if you do your math there, yeah, there's 8 months longer. There's a few areas over there. 8 months longer. 8 months that used to be ice covered that are ice-free right now. And that's not entirely long-term climate change. There's some other natural variations that happen that are affecting that. But yeah, all of that's a lot of that is climate change. And of course, when you have the sea ice declining, there are other impacts that cascade from that. I spend a lot of time in Churchill, and we heard a lot about Churchill earlier today. And so, yes, there are impacts of sea ice on polar bears. The polar bears in Western Hudson Bay near Churchill are some of the best studied from a Western science standpoint in the world. And there's a lot of evidence that when you have earlier sea ice breakup in Hudson Bay, especially the western side of it, yes, that does mean that the polar bears are spending more time on land, less time out on the sea ice. And it is clear that those polar bears do have lower survival rates, especially for like the youngest and the oldest bears. And that relationship, if you think about how that looks going into the future, yes, does have some scary implications. Before I show them, I want to emphasize though, any Western science you see will tell you polar bears are not going to go extinct this century because of climate change. That's not going to happen. There's actually plenty of places, if you start talking again, thinking about the local knowledge that indigenous people have, where polar bears are still thriving and they're fine. But if you are looking at Western Hudson Bay and you are looking around Churchill, then yeah, it's not as rosy of a picture. I think that some of these circular calendars are really useful for looking at this. On this, we're focusing on Western Hudson Bay, and I'm going to walk you through the future of what possibly could happen. And these are using climate models. They have to be bias adjusted to match observations better. There's a whole lot of science that goes behind that I'm not going to touch on, but I'm happy to talk your ear off about later. The blue there is showing how long the ice-free period is. The white is showing you the ice present period. And then those yellow areas are kind of the range when the sea ice retreats or advances in Western Hudson Bay. And what I'm showing you first is the 1 degree Celsius conditions. So that's 1 degree of warming since that 1850 to 1900 period. In other words, this is going back to like the year 2000. And in the year 2000, around there, no, somewhere around 139 days ice-free. If you go to 2 degrees of warming, then yeah, the ice-free period increases and the ice advance gets later, the ice retreat gets earlier, and it's about 163 days. Remember that number, 163. With 3 degrees of warming, it would be about 189 days. We're now over 6 months. And at 4 degrees of warming, it would be about 220 days. Now, we're probably not going to get any more than 4 degrees of warming by the end of the century. That's the high end. 2 degrees, very likely. If you look at how the polar bears and the sea ice correlate with each other and how the polar bears do, from historical data, it suggests that if you're looking at adult male polar bears, they can be sustained up until you have about 165 days ice-free on average. Remember that number I said before, 163? This means that once you get above 2 degrees of warming, as far as we can tell, well, the polar bears might not be viable in Western Hudson Bay anymore. And that doesn't mean they're going extinct. There's other places they can live. I want to be very clear about that. But if you are thinking about impacts on, say, the iconic polar bear of Churchill, Manitoba, that has a very notable economic impact, social impact, cultural impact. It goes beyond the polar bears. And this has had nothing to say of all the other interconnected things with that ecosystem. Obviously, another thing that's talked about quite a bit is Arctic shipping. And just very briefly, I think that the place that you'll see the most change already having happened is that northern sea route around Russia. This is a graph that's showing you both the number of transits and the amount of cargo that's been sent around that northeast passage or northern sea route over the last several years. And we have not seen that same increase in the northwest passage, in part because it's not nearly as accessible. But we also haven't seen this level of increase even to the Port of Churchill, although you are seeing similar increases for things like Baffin Land on Baffin Island right now. And yes, more shipping is possible when you have less sea ice, and that is something that definitely has an economic opportunity. But one thing with the people that I work with in Churchill that they're very concerned about is this noise pollution that comes. And that, how does that affect the ecosystem? Often it's the beluga whales that are brought up, but it's not just them. And so that can mean more potential for oil spills as well, more environmental impact. So we can talk about these good economic opportunities, sure, but also what do the people there want and how do they want things to look like into the future becomes a very important thing. One last impact from sea ice that I think is often underappreciated is the impact on marine heat waves. So heat wave is when it's abnormally warm. A marine heat wave, that's when the water is abnormally or extremely warm compared to normal for that time of year. And in the southern part of Hudson Bay there is where James Bay is. And this is another area where there are communities that we work with a lot at the University of Manitoba. And in 1998, there was an interesting shift. I'm going to show you a graph, and there's a lot going on in this graph, but hopefully we can explain it pretty well. That black line that you see that's near June, that's the date the sea ice breaks up in James Bay. And you see before 1998, it's pretty consistently, it's going to be in June. It's going to be in June. But then starting in 1998, it gets a lot more variable. Sometimes it's in July, sometimes it's in May. And especially when it's in May, you can get these big heat waves. Anywhere you see that yellow or red or orange color, that's showing you that the temperature of the water there was extremely high compared to normal. And you see starting in 1998, it becomes a lot more common. And there are some notable impacts on this. One of them is the eelgrass beds. They collapsed in the late 1990s. And they are the basis of the food webs and the ecosystems in that area, and a basis for a lot of livelihoods. And since then, not just the climate change, to be clear, but this continued persistence of more and more marine heat waves has inhibited the ability of the eelgrass to recover, to bounce back. But there's another thing, and that is the hydro development changed the way sediment flowed into this area. And it actually increased the sediment loads in this area, and that reduced the sunlight. So human impacts definitely go beyond climate change. I think we talk about climate change a lot, but it's notable that it interacts with other things. And if you had just the hydro development or just the climate change, you wouldn't have as big of an impact as having both of these happening simultaneously. All right, so briefly, you can tell I'm mostly a sea ice scientist because I spend a lot of time on that. But briefly, two other things that are very impactful in the communities that I work with are permafrost thawing and then something called rain on snow. So briefly, if you're not familiar with permafrost, in an academic sense at least, permafrost is any ground that has been continuously frozen for at least 2 years. And now it's called permafrost, permanently frozen. It doesn't have to be solid ice. It's just the soil, the rock is below freezing. But there are a lot of ice lenses or areas where you have these chunks of ice inside that. And this often underlies an area that does thaw in the summer and then freeze in the winter. And that layer on top we call the active layer, and then usually the permafrost is underneath. Permafrost actually covers 25% of the Northern Hemisphere land surface. This is a major aspect of the Northern Hemisphere. And as you start warming up the land, you start to thaw that permafrost and often melt the ice lenses that are in there. And when you do that, you can have the land subside or sink, collapse. And this is something when I was in Penguertung on Baffin Island just last summer, I was actually surprised that talking with the elders in the Indigenous Knowledge Working Group there, this was the #1 thing that they wanted to talk about with us, of things that they've been observing changing. And then sure enough, I just go out for a walk and I go and I see, oh, here is an area where we have the ground has collapsed. And you can actually see that white slice there is a very large ice lens in the permafrost that's now exposed. I took this picture when it was 15 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's melting, that ice. And to give you a little bit of scale, there's my colleague standing next to it. So yeah, it's a big chunk of ice. And if you zoom in even more, you can see just how thin that soil was that was on top of it. And yeah, this collapsing has impacts on their infrastructure. And it also has impacts on how the water flows. And that's another thing that you can start to think about. So just an example of how the infrastructure matters here in Alaska, some projections of how much it's going to cost to address the permafrost issues with the roads, the pipelines, the airports, et cetera. On a good day, $182 billion over the next 40 years. Yeah. It's also coastal, though. Coastal erosion is an issue. When you have thawing permafrost, that tends to weaken the land, make it less stable, and that makes it more susceptible to erosion. Now, because everything's interconnected, no, it's not just the fact that we're thawing permafrost that leads to more coastal erosion. But before I show you the other things, in Alaska, this is a place where this is really, really noticeable. There are places around the North Slope where it's 30 centimeters a year, up to 2 meters a year of the coastline retreating laterally, horizontally. That's a big deal. But again, it's not just the thawing permafrost. Remember, the ocean is involved here too. And we're getting bigger, higher waves in a lot of places. It's not necessarily because storms are getting more intense. A few areas, yeah, but not everywhere. There's two other things. It's the sea ice again. The ice dampens the wind. It reduces the amount of energy that the atmosphere gives to the ocean to generate these waves. So if you get rid of the sea ice cover or just lessen it, then you have bigger and higher waves, and those also can lead to more coastal erosion. But there's one other thing that I'm not going to talk nearly enough about, and that's, well, the sea level is getting higher too. So if your sea level is getting higher, now even your normal waves are higher than they used to be. And that leads to more coastal erosion. All right, so the last story I want to share is about something called rain on snow, which I don't think is as widespread as a lot of these other things, but can be very impactful. So we have warmer air in the Arctic now, and as you warm things up, yes, intuitively, you are seeing a smaller percentage of the precipitation falling as snow. In the 1980s, it was somewhere around 73% of the Arctic precipitation was snow. By the 2000s, it was down to 70%. It's a slow, gradual decline, but it is a decline. So that means you're more likely to have a rain on snow event. What's a rain on snow event? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's when rain falls on snow. And okay, why is this a big deal? Well, one of the things that I care about is caribou. And well, often it's reindeer. If you're in Europe, it's reindeer, but caribou in North America. So caribou, muskox, they will crater or dig into the snow for winter forage. And if you get ice lenses in that snow, it'll make it harder for them to access the forage near the ground. And so if you have trouble breaking through to the ground to get to those herbs, the grasses that they want to eat, then what do? Well, they have a few options. One is move, go somewhere else where those ice lenses don't exist. 2, try to eat something else. On Svalbard, they've seen them try to eat algae. Yep, it's happened. Or 3, starve. And by starve, I mean that not necessarily starve to death, but starve for a time. And just to give you a sense of how this works, so you have some clouds that come in, they drop some rain onto the snowpack, that water trickles down into the snow, it melts some of it, and it might melt quite a bit of the snow and make more liquid water. And then the cold comes after the storm and it freezes that ice lens. Now, how extensive this is, how dangerous this is, varies a lot. But in November of 2013, there was a really big example of this on the Yamal Peninsula in Russia. And Nenets herders there, they spend the summer on the Yamal Peninsula, and then they migrate back down southward, usually in October and November. And there was a major rain on snow event like this, which actually turned all the snow that existed into slush, and then it refroze. So there's a very thick layer of ice there in November of 2013, and the timing was bad It was just during that migration back off the peninsula. And just to quote one herder, and I'm just going to read this straight up because I think it's impactful. There was so much ice on the tundra that reindeer had nothing to eat. It was impossible to gather them in one place, and they would gather in small groups and look for food wherever they could find it. If one reindeer found a little, it would lie down on the ice to melt it from the warmth of its body, then try to eat a little more. The ice was like an iron cover. It was as hard as the surface of this table. With all that ice, there was no food for the reindeer, and I lost many. How many? Between 40 and 60,000 reindeer died that winter. That's about 20% of the total herd of the Yamal Peninsula. And the really crazy thing is the herders who thought quickly enough and knew the land well enough to realize they actually should stay on the peninsula and spend the entire winter in that harsh environment, they're the ones who lost fewer reindeer. And this is a sort of event that is not very common, but when you have more rain falling on snow and more erratic weather with climate change, these sorts of events do become a bit more common. And so on that note, I want to end on something slightly more optimistic, and that is with everything I've talked about, one thing that I find really fascinating as a scientist and that I really appreciate is being, I think, better emphasized in a lot of indigenous knowledge systems is just how everything in the Arctic system is interconnected. It's all changing, and those changes are interacting with each other and making for a really complicated situation that's fascinating to study. So thank you.
Wow, what a fascinating discussion. I'm pretty sad about the reindeers. So we'll move to lunch, and then we'll listen to Professor Imdad because I was told that food is important like any reindeers and humans. So let's move to lunch. Thank you. And we'll gather again here. Thank you. And as you take lunch, we'll screen documentary. So you are all welcome to watch it. It's called Twice Colonized, directed, produced by Aju Peter and from Nunavut. So, I mean, just this is what we thought that you might be interested. So thank you very much once again. Just to advise to do things. She can stay here. You get out of the hotel. Yeah, she can go anywhere. What? Yeah, but who's going to book it? I book it. Let me talk. Yeah. To Marcel. And does she want to stay? No, she flies out tomorrow. But she can stay. Okay. Which? No, she's not in the south. No. She's off Academy. Okay. So, whenever she wants. What do we do? Okay, I'll talk to her. Absolutely. And I'm speaking to you.
meta-analysis, an overview of the current state of knowledge with regard to how people, communities, and institutions are trying to adapt to the changes that Dr. Crawford explained in terms of thawing permafrost or slow onset or fast onset extreme disasters, as well as other physical and biophysical processes. So first of all, I would like to have a broad overview who we are talking about. Just, I'm a very visualized person, and it's a meta-analysis. So basically the current state of knowledge in the literature, some of my colleagues that I work with, Dr. Fikret Burkis or Derek Armitage and other people, and James Ford at University of Leeds and McGill University. So I'll bring up the stories and the synthesis from them and share with you to understand how people, communities, and institutions are trying to adapt. So first of all, if you look at the North, Canadian North, the Arctic line and the tree line coincides with the Arctic parallel or latitude. And you see that we are talking about Inuit people, but there are four territories, Inuit territories in Inuit Nunangat. And you see that the western part is Inuviat, and then Nunavut, and then Nunavik, and then Nunaviastavat. So you see that four regions, and all these people belong to the Inuit people. And then if you look at the Arctic Circle and the tree line, it's very interesting that this is the Arctic Circle and the tree line. And the location of the four people that I showed to you, the Inuit people, everybody follows this, above the tree line. So that's why their livelihood and the adaptation that happened over more than 4,000 years, according to archaeologists and anthropologists, with reindeer, caribou, and so on. So, and you can relate to this biophysical condition. So that's the background, that we are talking about. So how many people are living there? Just to have an idea, and how many are indigenous and how many are non-indigenous, so that we can have overview. You can see roughly about, according to 2021 census, there are 70,000 people, and more than 85% are basically indigenous Inuit people. The European settlement in the north began only in the 1950s. So now talking about a lot, roughly about, last 75, 80 years time. And now they constitute about 15% of the population. And mostly you see that they're concentrated on the western part of the Arctic. So now, as many of the scientists, scholars, and the people who live there shared with us, that Arctic is changing 3 to 4 times than the equator or other part, or the global average. So this is a rapid, unprecedented pace that is not happening in any other part in the world. Then how people, animals are adapting to it. That's the interest of us with regard to policy and their implications. So if you look at the climate and non-climatic stressors, because it's very easy to talk about climate stressors, but in many cases, if you look at the livelihood perspective, the Inuit people and Inugat region, then it is very hard to separate the climate from the non-climatic stressors. So what are those major stressors? First of all, we can see that there is a lot of change going on that Dr. Crawford already showed with regard to wildlife distribution and abundance of caribou and their pattern and so on, because of the changes in the sea ice and thaw of the permafrost. So that had led to the communities who rely on hunting and gathering. So they modified their hunting behavior in response to this climatic stresses. And also food insecurity, because of the different species, different fish species, as well as you can see that animal species, that particularly the caribou, are going down. That has caused food insecurity. But it is not the reduction of this species, that's only one side of the aspect. The other food is insecurity, which is very critical, is related to colonization. The European colonization, we didn't talk a lot about it, but all the livelihood that are now in terms of dependent on stored food and so on, or food habit and so on, a lot of literature is available. And this impact of colonization and dependence on this processed food and affordability is another issue that, people cannot buy. I mean, a can of Coke or salt or oil, whatever you call it, the price is, 4 to 10 times higher than here because of the transportation cost and all other transactional costs. So food insecurity, if you just isolate only to that, it is the species that is going down, this is a wrong way of looking at things. We have to put things together and see the connections. So food insecurity of the Inuit people in the north is related to the continuation of the colonization process that is happening and it is continuing, and that's why it's stressful. And you mentioned very right, why it is a scary time. It's a scary time because there's food insecurity with regard to climate as well as non-climatic stressors. There is more development and so on. And I would like to expand a little bit on development paradigm. Like in Canada right now, we are talking about a huge, not only territorial security and also this livelihood security issues, but it is also an issue of development paradigm that is following the same kind of growth model. Amartya Sen, the Nobel laureate, and Mahbubul Haq, they invented that this development paradigm does not help the indigenous people and marginalized people. People's security and security of the livelihood must come from the aspects of human development. The focus, the indices, the indicators, and understanding must shift from development infrastructure and other growth model to more human should come first. And human development in terms of quality of education, skill, and making the livelihood in relation, in harmony with nature. That's the way you can develop the community and sovereignty. So this food security, you can see that it is happening because the intergenerational transfer of knowledge from the elderly to the newer generation is getting diminished over time, and huge literature is available on that. Also, you can see that the participation of younger generation in hunting and gathering is going down. And then you can see that the communication of traditional tools has broken down. Now they are depending on Facebook. Different commodities are being sold on Facebook up in the north. So this increasing relying on modernized stored food and others, and less reliance on this indigenous food. All of these things together is creating huge continuation of food insecurity. So if you look at some of the examples of these climatic and non-climatic stressors and how people and communities and institutions are adapting, it's happening at multi-scale. We cannot put things together. We have to break them down and disaggregate them. It is happening, first of all, at the personal and local community level. And James Ford and his team did a huge amount of work over several decades, and they are available in the literature. And it clearly shows that how and when this sea ice is melting and where food is available. So there's a shift in the risk to travel. And only the people, the elderly and so on, who knows the land, and we have heard from a lot of discussion on that only they know the path. They know what's the risk. They know what supply to take. It's not available from, by the outsiders. So with those kind of changing, the trappers and hunters and gatherers, they are adapting. But if you look at some of the, at another level, there are a lot of partnership, institutional partnership that has happened, 2-3 decades ago, they are changing. This kind of partnership, a network and so on, they are expanding in a different way, in a positive way. So that's what we're talking about, that we talked about this partnership and misunderstanding and the gap because we are, sea apart. Why those sea are apart? Because this partnership experimentation, they are moving in the right direction, but it's still the misunderstanding and the due recognition of the value and the respect of the indigenous knowledge and values and the views are not still there. And one of the questions that came about how to do it and so on, we do not know. Well, we do not know, but only we'll know not by modern Western tools and views. We'll know only if we have a trust. Everybody agreed that we have to have a trust. But how trust will be built? That's a big question. Trust needs credibility. We heard, and evidence is there, that governmental institutional promises have broken historically. United Nations recognize that Canadian government and other institutions have been involved with genocide of indigenous people. It is recognized. It is recorded. With that recognition, we must understand that this trust requires changing that discourse. And that will happen only you give the ownership, that decision has to be made, quote unquote. We heard that. But who makes the decision? In that decision making, the First Nation people, indigenous people, must be in the driver's seat as well. It cannot be done with the prevailing institution only. So that cannot be done with one way. So unless we are there, the trust cannot be built. It's not my words and so on. That's my understanding from the vast, extensive literature review. But people are adapting and institutions are changing. Here we have some examples that Pickett Burtis, my colleague and good friend, and Derek Armitage, we worked together, and this was published in 2011. They looked at some networks, some fisheries management projects. They started that how government people started and so on. But at that time, the network and incorporation was very, very limited. This is 1966 scenario, this is 1989, and that's 2007. Things have changed in a very, very positive way. Many organizations and co-management, they work together and they found that the traditional mode, for example, moratorium or closure of fisheries because fish species was going down, and they found out that they didn't recover over time. Even after 10 years, it did not recover, although there was closure. So why did it happen? Because the people who went from Ottawa and so on, they didn't have any clue. So they just imposed it that it has to be closed. But there were very different things that were happening. Basically, groundwater has gone down and the habitat got changed. And fish species could not survive. Their species has gone down. And the indigenous people, they knew it. They said from the very beginning. But there was no they didn't pay any attention. They didn't listen effectively. So these kind of changes recognize the value that what works is the people who live there, the elderly and the people, the hunter, trappers, and so on. So these type of multi-scale arrangements are happening, but still not enough. Still, the indigenous people are not in the driver's seat. So that is available in my final point is that institutional arrangement. Canadian federal government and the Nunavut territorial government, they put together lots of money. I had a PhD student this year who was an advisor to Nunavut government. And he worked very, very closely, first-hand sort of advisor, and he gave some examples. They put hundreds of millions of dollars for infrastructure, for climate change, greenhouse gas reduction and so on. Most of the money went for housing and some road repairment. But what is interesting, my last slides and other things, they come together saying that hundreds of millions of dollars, most of this money went for, quote unquote, we talked a lot about consultation, which is again with different type of consultation that is very programmatic and well defined and so on. And also for research, feasibility studies, what to be done. And that has been doing for last 20 years, 15 to 20 years. And James Ford is calling, his team calling, there's time to go for action. Then put the money for actions, take the adaptation measures that the hunters, gatherers, fishers who knows it, and empower them and give the skills so that they can put the money in the right place and the right direction. So my final words, my final thinking about it, that we have to invest on, first of all, the trust building. That we have to, it's not that the space has to be created, it's political space as well as other space. And also here, one is very important point that Canadian defense and territorial security and human security, they need to come together. Because if they are external to each other, and if the bridges are not understood and well cemented, then it's not going to work. It will have the same condition of the colonial model. I go back to the development model, growth model, it will have the same legacy. That framework must be changed, and this human development and the understanding, institutional understanding and mobilization together can bring territorial and defense and other security and human security together. Without that, it's not possible to reach there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Imdad. Now we'll start our breakout sessions. The way we have designed is the sessions will be led by our expert and all professors, and the defense one will be led by Professor Jim Ferguson, indigenous one, Professor Ken Coates, and the climate one by Professor Imdad. So we are requesting you to choose any panel that you want to, you are interested in participating in discussion. And we have volunteers in each breakout room too, to assist the professors in logistics and also record the discussions. Thank you so much. Feel free to join any groups. Sir, ready, sir? Group one, security.
What's